From the hot air balloon capital of the world, this is live coverage of the 51st Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta and the 66th Gordon Bennett Coupe Aeronautique. It's Balloon Fiesta Live, powered by ExxonMobil. And now, direct from the rooftop studio at Balloon Fiesta Park in Albuquerque, New Mexico, here are your hosts, Glen Moyer and Lloyd Jr.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's Coca-Cola Day at the 51st Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, powered by ExxonMobil. You're looking live at Balloon Fiesta Live. If you're online, if you're on the field, good morning and welcome. I'm Glen Moyer, alongside, as always, my good partner, Art Williams. He was a friend from high school. Sorry.
Hey.
There's some guy sitting here next to me. I don't know who he is. We let people come up
every
day.
I'm going to have to open up my jacket so you can see what the
was your
name
name
is.
Again?
I put it on this side just so you could see it.
Well, yeah, I don't see so well out of my right eye. What can I tell you? Art Lloyd Jr. is beside me as always. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Art.
Good morning, Glenn. We are here on the second day of competition, the fourth day of Balloon Fiesta.
Yep.
And I think we're going to have another great day of flying today.
I think so. All the indications are. We'll see as we get Dawn Patrol is, I think, inflating down there. I can see some round black shapes. So they'll give us, as always, a good early morning indication. But, yeah, weather looks, look at that silhouette. What do they call that moon?
A crescent.
A crescent moon.
The crescent moon and the planet there.
And the planet, yeah.
Keeps getting closer and closer to the sun because, of course, on Saturday they're going to collide.
Yes.
Well,
and
it'll look that way.
The world will explode, and that's the end of humanity, and on and on.
And it goes from it does go on.
Yeah,
and
no,
on.
it's nothing like that. But
No,
yeah,
of course.
Saturday we have the eclipse, the annular eclipse.
Yeah, and it starts just about the time we get done flying on Saturday morning, and then it gets to its totality of annularity.
Yes.
Because it's not a total eclipse. It's a total annular eclipse.
Well, that's an interesting question.
So how do you phrase that?
I have no idea.
Actually, you know what? I think NASA says it gets to its annularity maximum versus totality.
Well, that probably is right, because there is a term in the space world called max Q, which is when the aircraft reaches, when the rocket that's going up reaches I think it's max G's that it takes.
Probably.
But there used to be, when we did the Steve Lombardi's Ballooner Liftoff event down at the Johnson Space Center for a number of years, there was actually a band of astronauts who were musicians, and the band's name was Max Q.
Oh, okay.
And so I know that's a space term. So there'll be NASA people here this week. Maybe we can find one and ask.
You can find one of those out. Anyway, it hits its maximum about 10:30, 10:35, I think, is the time. But then it actually continues, obviously, as it has to move out until about
as the
left
sun
or
then
12.
begins to, initially the sun disappears, and then, of course, it begins to reappear.
You know what I didn't realize? At least I always think of an eclipse as one object moving left to right or right to left across.
In front of another.
Right.
Right.
But this one is actually a vertical one.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so if you
Really?
kind of think about that, the moon is kind of there and the sun will be rising behind it. And so it's going to be a vertical one.
Okay.
And again, I think part of the idea of this horizontal layout is that's how we always depict it in graphics and everything else.
Exactly.
But this one will be a vertical one.
Well, and because it's an annular eclipse, there will not be a total darkness. We'll end up with a ring of fire, which will be, of course, the sun behind the moon, as opposed to what I consider an eclipse is when one body completely obliterates the view of the other, and it goes completely, which brings up an interesting question we've talked about as Dawn Patrol is getting inflated. We've talked about the night lights, the navigation lights they have to fly in the darkness.
Yes.
If you fly through an eclipse, look at that great shot from our
there's the moon we're talking about. Yep.
If you fly during a total eclipse, do you have to have navigation lights?
I would guess no, because it doesn't talk about having lights in the darkness. It talks about having them between the hours of sunset and sunset.
Sunset and sunrise.
Yeah. So that's what it talks about. In fact, it even says, so many minutes before and all that kind of stuff.
Right, yes.
So it's all based on sunrise and sunset times.
So technically, the sun is already up in an eclipse.
Yes. So I think you could fly without lights. There may be something in the Federal Aviation Regulations, the FARs, that come under visual flight rules and about because you have to be able to see, but I can't remember anything in there about having lights during an eclipse.
Interesting question. I know we had an eclipse some years ago, and there were pilots in a few places around the country that did.
Yeah.
In fact, we did an article on one such flight in Ballooning Magazine. I'll have to go back and pull that and see if that pilot was flying with lights or if there's any mention of it. It just something that occurred to me because of the circumstances where we are here. Dawn Patrol will be flying with navigation lights, of course. They're required because they are flying pre-sunrise, and they are, I think, mostly, if not all, inflated and stood up now, down along, where are they, row P, I think, is about where they normally are.
I think they're on M, but
I'm sorry,
that's close.
M.
That's close.
LMNOP. I was only a few off.
Yeah.
So they are sponsored, as always, by the Route 66 Casino Hotel. We appreciate that. And they always put on a great show. There were tons, social media was just saturated yesterday after they did the cluster launch. And they were all huddled together, flying in formation there. There are just pictures after pictures after pictures all over social media that were just stupendous. I mean, great, great photographs.
There's Chick-fil-A. Craig Kennedy flies that for us. We saw Tim Taylor's D3 red, white, and blue balloon a moment ago. I see Michael Scott out there burning right at the moment. You don't see him on the screen. Of course, Matthew Grote is our team leader out there, and I think the balloon he's flying is Jester's Unwind. He's got a couple there, and I don't have the exact pictures.
I think
that's Kurt Bramble's Eagle balloon.
Yeah, is Rick Jones out there again this year?
I don't remember. Let's check real quick.
I haven't seen the list, so.
It's there in your spotter app.
I'm sure it is. I usually figure out the spotter app on Sunday afternoon when we're done, so.
Yeah, Rick Jones is out there. Yeah,
I thought so.
Yeah.
Rick normally flies with the Dawn Patrol team.
So today is, as we said, Coca-Cola Day, and the game plan here is for the Dawn Patrol guys to go ahead and fly. Pilot's briefing has started over at the pilot tower. We're going to check when they get to the weather portion of pilot's briefing to see what kind of weather we can expect. Feels like yesterday morning. Now, about 20 minutes ago, there was a little bit of strong drainage coming through here.
There was a bit of a breeze up here.
It's gone away.
Yes.
The conditions I'm looking at look like a lot like yesterday. And so we're not expecting any change for at least a few more days. And on the competition today will be competition as well as the fun flyers.
Right.
So we have the same thing, half the balloons fly away right from here, just like a mass ascension. And in many ways, it still is a mass ascension.
Well, technically, it is a mass ascension. It's just a small one on Albuquerque standards.
Yeah, we just
For
don't
any other balloon event, it'd still be a whopper of a mass ascension.
Exactly. So that's why we don't really call it a mass ascension, although we've struggled with the terms.
Because we don't have the full mass of balloons like we do on Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, so is it a double launch? Is it, what do we call it? So I just say, well, we just launch half the balloons, and they fly away just like it, kind of almost a mini mass ascension.
Yeah, call it a half and half day or something. Who
knows? And then the other half of the pilots, about 300 of them, after pilot's briefing, will be leaving the field. We'll see this exodus of trucks, and everybody starts to panic.
Go,
oh my God, where are they going?
Yeah.
So they're actually just going to go out and find a launch site that is at least a mile away.
Many were over in Corrales in that area yesterday.
They were
to fly in for the Sid Cutter Memorial task and the other multiple judge declared gold task that we had.
You have to kind of get a little bit off of straight north because just north of the field is the Sandia Pueblo. And great partners that we have with Sandia, but they're also sensitive to their sacred lands.
Sure.
And so they request that we not take off from their property.
Right.
They will allow us to land there with some escorts and other things, but they ask that we not take off from there, and we respect that. So you have to kind of get off on an angle, and usually that is off to the northwest, and be able to work your way in from there.
And typically what will happen is that's when we'll see the balloons that'll fly a higher track. They'll be at a greater altitude to get in, to find a wind to get them in here, and then they drop down to mix into the surface flows to reach their way to the target.
And of course, yesterday we counted at least 5 or 6 distinct layers going in different directions yesterday morning.
I think both of us used the term mixing bowl yesterday.
Yep.
It was really dramatic, especially once the sun came up, to see all of the different patterns that were within literally just really the height of a balloon, not much more than, less than 100 feet.
So it took a little skill to navigate coming in because you had to keep working the changing patterns there. In fact, I think we have time before we get into weather over there at Pilot's Briefing. Yesterday, of course, was the Sid Cutter Memorial task, where the primo spot, the perfect score, is the bow of a boat, a small boat that is out there.
The SS Sid Cutter.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so we had, I can't say it's a record, but more markers thrown at that boat yesterday than I have ever seen in all my years of the competition.
I would agree with that. I've never seen that many scores on the boat yesterday.
And some fabulous ones. And so we captured it all on Balloon Fiesta Live yesterday. I went back and I pulled about a 3-minute segment from what was about 6 minutes of time to show you how that works. So let me play that highlight back for you from yesterday's competition.
There we go.
But now we want to get back to Joe Zavada, because coming across the road, he's kind of defied that little change. And so he is now has a direct line right on the boat. Joe again is in the black, yellow, white, and silver stair-step racer.
Yep, we've got him on screen now.
So Joe Zavada, no pressure on Joe.
Coming right to the back of the boat.
Right over the, and threw it right up in the front.
Yeah. So
nice shot, Joe.
Nicely done, Joe. He went for the safe throw to get in the boat rather than try and hit the bow and maybe have it slide off.
Exactly, exactly. So hit the boat, get it in. It's not going to fall out of the boat. He's in. This appears to be Joe Hartzell in that Hartzell balloon, but Sean Rea in the Sol Air balloon is going to get here first.
Yep.
Not that timing matters, it's all distance. So look at this. Here's another one right on. And Sean's going to looks like, oh, even up on the edge.
Put it on the dashboard of the boat.
Edge. Yep. And right behind him, Joe Hartzell. So now you get those things that in the boat is good, but it doesn't win. Now you've got to go for the bow.
Look at
this.
Joe. Look at Joe.
This. Reach out and set it on the bow.
Joe Hartzell.
Nice shot, Joe. Get out of his way.
Wow. Perfect. Absolutely. I mean, that could only be maybe 6 inches further out to the bow, but that's perfect.
Yeah. Yep. And you noticed he brought it, he was so close that he literally could just set it out.
Yep.
There wasn't going to be a slide.
No. He didn't have to throw or put any momentum into the baggie. He just literally almost reached out and set it there like he'd set it on a desk.
Almost set it. Almost set it, yeah. What a great pass from Joe.
So, Joe Zavada threw in the boat, and then right behind him, Sean Rea put his on the dashboard even closer to the front, and then Joe put it right on the bow. So Joe Zavada lost 3 places in a matter of seconds.
Exactly.
Wow.
That was just incredible. Yeah.
That was, what a day that was. And I was incorrect, Joe. Actually, Joe Zavada lost 2 places.
2 places.
Yeah.
First to third.
First to third, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is still, third is still good on that day. But then there were several others later who came along and also put their markers on the dash. I haven't seen the scores to see where Joe Zavada ended up.
Yeah.
But he did eventually lose a few more places because others, there was such a scoring bonanza going on the boat yesterday. It was incredible. It's Coca-Cola Day. We kind of missed our top production staff and the 2 of us really weren't thinking, because we've got a cooler full of Coke Zero back there behind us.
We do.
We should have done some product placement for the
today.
opening show, and we would have each had a Coke Zero here sitting with us, which we'll both enjoy before the morning is out. But just thinking,
we will.
We weren't on the top of our game, but it's midweek, and that's when people start to get a little tired. So, forgive
Although
us
I think
for
I
that.
got up to maybe 6 hours of sleep last night,
which
which is like almost double what I was getting at the first part of the week.
Yeah, I was watching Monday Night Football and began yawning near to halftime, and I think I actually crawled into bed about 8:30, which is something I otherwise never do.
Great. Our Dawn Patrol balloons are up, not quite the cluster of yesterday,
Not
but
quite.
not the stretch out one-by-one launch either.
This will be our first indication of, first indication of what the wind might be like this morning. Of course, things can't always change sometimes once the sun comes up, but as you can see, very light winds, nice flicker burn by the balloon team, by the Dawn Patrol team there. So nice light winds. There's a little bit of movement up there, more so than yesterday, I think, at a couple hundred feet up. That balloon that is the red, yellow, and blue spiral, just moving east to west there, and has a bit of speed. Nothing to be concerned about, but more movement than we saw yesterday. Yesterday, it was like, we talked about it, it was like 0 gusting to 0 on the wind meters. It was really, really still yesterday.
And of course, we always get asked the question about why are those balloons spinning like that? Well, that of course is on purpose. There are turning vents in many balloons, which is basically an opening on the side of the balloon that the pilot controls with a rope down in the basket.
Yep.
Opens the opening, the hot air comes out the side of the balloon, which then gives a push to rotate the balloon around. So the idea behind that is that if you have a corporate logo on the side, no matter what angle people are watching you from, they're able to see that. It also allows the pilot to be able to, not that he can't turn his head and rotate around himself in the basket, but he can kind of do a little 360 view for folks.
Right. I was looking at, as always, I'm looking at the chat room on our Facebook feed, and somebody surprised me. I looked in and I saw Norway. It's Patty Davis, says good morning from Norway, Maine. So caught me there. I thought we had a viewer up in the frozen tundra, as it were, of Norway, but just Norway, Maine, which is still up in the frozen part of the country, I guess.
As we were talking a few minutes ago, pilot's briefing underway, and I understand that we're getting to the weather portion.
All
so
right.
Let's check in with our weather folks at pilot briefing.
Temperature's 46 degrees, dew point 32, relative humidity 57%. The winds are calm there as well. Visibility unrestricted at 10 miles, scattered clouds at 11,000 feet, and the density altitude is right around 6,400 feet. So what we've got going on, let me jump to this here. You can see that up in Santa Fe, they're much colder than what we are here in Albuquerque. Let me see if I can. Yep, there we go. They're still much colder than the latest odds here at the top of the hour. And so that should lead to some drainage. And we've seen it kind of off and on fluctuating through the morning. In the near surface layer, we should have a southerly wind, but the drainage is fighting it. And so just like a battle of two forces, sometimes one side is stronger, sometimes one side is weaker. And so given that that's the case, we've had the drainage just about an hour ago as strong as about 10 miles an hour out of the north. And right now, it's losing the battle to the southerly winds, and that's why our Dawn Patrol pilots are all headed to the north. With that said, I think the temperature difference is enough here that we're going to see that drainage start to kick back in, and we'll have the bottom part of the box where we'll have flow from the north headed to the south in the near surface layer, but it's going to be not overly consistent. So you can see that detect winds here. The latest conditions, even just an hour ago, we had those winds out of the northeast, that drainage. It's since lost the battle, and now we've got that southerly flow in the near surface layer. What's interesting about this morning, like I said, is the prevailing wind is going to be out of the south going to the north, but wherever that drainage is, you're going to get that bottom part of the box, right? So, and the top part of the box is that southerly wind taking you back to the north. It's going to be more consistent than it was yesterday morning. So for competitors, I think you've got more opportunities for launch spots. Even if you wanted to go south, I think that southerly wind is going to be there if you choose to take that route in the, let's say, 500 to 1,500 foot range. Then thereafter, we have another transition zone. The transition zones are going to be where you find your little adjustment factors and everything like that. It's going to be somewhat inconsistent. And way up high towards the Blue PZ, if you're interested, there's going to be the more consistent wind out of the northwest, just like what we saw yesterday morning. So we kind of have if the drainage is going to be consistent, if we get that drainage to kick back in, we'll have a sandwich. So we'll have the north wind at the bottom, northwest wind up high, and then you'll have the southerly wind taking you back to the north in the middle. So I would highly recommend using this as I think the overall thing is going to be that we're going to be light winds, and so it's going to be another great morning for us to fly. Okay, in the TAFs, they're forecasting very similar conditions to what I'm expecting. At Sunport, they're forecasting variable winds at 4 knots, visibility greater than 6 miles, and a scattered cloud deck of 12,000 feet. At 11 o'clock, they have that switching out of the west, 260 at 9 knots, and a scattered cloud of 12,000 feet. With those higher dew points, we have started to see a little bit of cloud cover starting to develop around the mountain, and I expect that scattered cloud cover to develop or to be there throughout the day today. In addition, at Double Eagle, variable wind at 4 knots is forecast through noon, visibility greater than 6 miles, scattered 12,000 feet. And at noon, they've got the wind going out of the west, 260 at 8 knots, visibility greater than 6 miles, scattered 10,000 feet. So, like I mentioned, it will be another great morning for flying. I think there's going to be a lot of different layers that you can steer, and that surface layer is a battle, right? So that's going to be a little inconsistent, but I think that southerly is going to be consistent in that, say, 500 to 700 feet all the way up to about 1,500 feet. And then that northwest, if you're wanting for the high flyers wanting to go up above about, let's say, 2,500 to 3,000 feet, those winds are going to be very consistent. So your most consistent is going to be out of the south and then out of the northwest once you get above 3,000 feet. With that said, I'm very fortunate to have Brock Boehm being our weather helper of the day. For those that know him, he's gone to camp the last few years. He is a student pilot and also the creator of the hotairballoondatabase.com. So thanks for all your efforts and what you've done for ballooning. Is there a launch director in the area to give him permission to launch?
So the balloon they're talking about, the launch director, is yet one more pie ball or weather ball that they'll let up so that the pilots can actually visually see all the numbers and put all that together with what Brent Tiemeyer was telling them all about. But just as we talked about, he talked about that strong drainage a little while ago.
That you mentioned as soon as we came on air, that because we were feeling it here at the rooftop.
Right. And then the idea, as you were talking about, the winds coming in from the northwest, so they're going to feel that as well as the south. So there's some level of box based on that wind forecast that Brad was just telling them all.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see another sort of mixing bowl effect that we saw yesterday.
I think so.
Maybe not quite as dramatic as what we saw. Because it sounds like some of the flow might be a little stronger than it was yesterday.
Well, interesting, he was describing the drainage, which is the north to south flow, versus the wind flow from the south to the
standard wind direction here would be south to north.
Exactly, and how they're kind of fighting each other.
Right.
So at one point you'll feel it, then you'll feel it the other way. So it's going to be another fun day. And interesting to watch the different strategies our pilots go through.
Especially when we get to the competition in the latter part of the morning when things will really may either, one, have settled down to where there would be some fairly predictable wind patterns, or it will be a jumbled mess of light and variable, and it's just totally inconsistent. So it'll be interesting to see which plays out as we get later into the morning.
I did call up the results from yesterday's Sid Cutter task on the boat.
Awesome.
And so there were 11 markers on the boat.
My gosh.
11 markers on or in the boat. Because remember, if you were just offside the boat, you had 300 feet added to your score.
Because you splashed into the water.
You're in the water.
Right.
And so there were 11. It was Joe Hartzell, Josh Bacon, Lucas Hartzell, David Strassman, Jason Buckner, Sean Rea, Joe Zavada, J.J. Mancini, John Petrin, Mike Johnson, and Brian Hill all got to the boat
Wow.
and got their marker on or in the boat yesterday.
And not to rub salt into a wound, but my good friend Ken Drawn, probably the most disappointing flight of the morning, because we watched him work some more to get to the boat, and then his marker ended up just off of the stern in the water.
We can go all the way down to where was it? Right there. There were 60 pilots that threw a marker on the boat task. Now that means hitting the land, hitting the islands, going in the water, or getting on the boat.
Right.
There were 60 pilots that managed to get their marker out and in a position to be measured.
Wow,
yesterday.
That's an incredible score.
Yeah, out of 300 that are flying competitions. So,
that's awesome.
It is. And unfortunately, yes, Ken's score was not totally exciting yesterday.
Yeah, no, it was just, Ken and I have been friends for years, and he used to kind of harangue me about, if I ever get close enough to the target, I want to hear you announce my name. And I said, well, if you get to the target, I will. And we talked about him several times yesterday. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet in our sport. And I was just heartsick for him to see him working as hard as he did, and then just to come that close and miss what would have been an awesome score.
You remember that we talked also, while we covered the boat extensively yesterday, there were 2 X's out there.
Right, which was a secondary task that the pilots could throw to one or the other. They had to make a choice.
Of which X, right, yeah. But basically 2 tasks. It's like you have to get 2 things done. 57 pilots managed to get a score on the X's yesterday.
Wow.
57. So, yeah, some really great stuff. Joe Zavada, who we talked about, who was the first in the boat, would have been in first place until everybody else got there.
Yeah. On any other day of the Sid Cutter Memorial, that would have been the winning drop.
It would have.
Yeah.
It would have. Joe did get the, it looks like he has a measurement of 0, so that must mean he was dead center on the X for that competition.
Good for Joe.
Yeah. So, yeah, just incredible throws all the way down the line. So Joe at least made a good pass through there. Of course, if you hit the boat, you were actually in a pretty good line for the X's as well.
Yeah.
So, you just had to remember to keep flying the balloon. You heard me on the video say, get out of his way. Yeah, because Joe was, literally I'm looking almost at the top of his basket at eye level.
Yeah.
And so he's coming in, he's flying really nice and level, but we got all these people down there, all these photographers and everything. And sometimes we get focused behind a lens or something like that and we don't see what's happening. So the idea is to warn everybody else. We had a couple of markers that were coming down. One landed just about 6 feet in front of me.
Get hit in the head.
Yeah. But we got spotters out there, so that doesn't happen.
Well, I noticed too, if you watch the video, when Joe came across and made that drop, on any other given task, if that were the only day, a pilot would make that drop and then be jumping up and down and screaming and hollering. Joe was concentrated. You could see it in his eyes. He was looking at where that next target was.
Yep.
Because Joe's he's a 5-time national champion. You don't do things like that without having a little bit of skill. And he was, there was no celebration at all. No. He made that drop, and it was all business right on to the next target.
Yeah, past all the people between.
Exactly, getting past our crew and all the other folks down there.
No,
hey, we've got
job.
a bunch of people checking in. I mentioned I made the joke about Norway, Maine a few minutes ago, but as I'm checking in now, we've got folks all around the world. A lot of people probably tuning in for updates on the Gordon Bennett. I've got several who've checked in from Germany, Madrid, Spain. Australia has checked in this morning. There's someone from Sweden. Let's see, where was it? There's all around the country, of course, somebody in from Mexico, another from Germany. So lots of folks around the world are tuning in. Alberta, Canada this morning. So it's great to know that we've got a tremendous international audience, as well as people from all across the United States who are tuning in to watch Balloon Fiesta Live, powered by ExxonMobil.
And over on the YouTube side of things, I have not been paying attention to the list either. So Spain and England, the Netherlands, all in here. Let's see, what else do we got? Somebody from the Albuquerque, okay, that's good. And Wisconsin is here, Michigan, Wichita, Kansas, and checking through. Somebody's talking about Koshari Gala. That's one of our special shape balloons, flown by Peter Procopio.
Oh, the Koshari balloon? Yeah.
Peter's actually flying as an additional pilot with his daughter-in-law this year.
Okay.
So Peter, another one of those, we've talked multiple times about the graying of the sport. Peter is our age, and so at some point you start to slow down, and the rigors of flying 9 days, and with the special shapes, they usually end up with the glows as well. So, but Peter is here, so yeah.
Yeah, well, that's understandable. I mean, if we were on camera at the moment, both of us showing our age, because we're both wearing our cheaters this morning, in order to read all of these electronic screens that we're staring at.
They're readers. They're not. I don't call them cheaters.
They're
anymore.
Readers. Okay.
They're readers, because when you have to read, there you go.
I'll go with. I mean, I had cataract surgery on my eyes last summer, and I can see much better now. Except, in fact, I was shocked at how bad my eyesight was until then. So I highly recommend that for people, especially in our age group. But I still have to have readers to sometimes read the fine print, and my phone, and it makes reading. I can read my iPad without them, but it makes things a little bit easier. Sugarland, Texas, checking in.
Boise, Idaho.
Salina, Texas. Wichita, Kansas.
Deming, New Mexico.
Shawnee, Kansas. I saw somebody. I was trying to scroll back to another international viewer. There was Hamburg, Germany. There's someone from Belgium. Sussex, Wisconsin.
Nova Scotia, Canada. Arizona. St. Louis, Missouri.
From the UK in the Cotswolds. Beautiful part of the UK. New Brunswick, Canada. Hamburg, Germany. Howell, Utah. Yep.
In just a couple of minutes, we'll be
Luzerne,
going.
Switzerland. Good morning.
Oh, great.
Switzerland.
In just a couple of minutes, we'll be going live over to the Balloon Museum and our colleagues at Gordon Bennett TV.
Reagan or Regan? I've got to ask him which way.
I think it's Regan.
Is it Regan?
Regan
okay.
Tetlow.
Yeah. Okay.
And so we'll be getting the latest on the Gordon Bennett race and the activities that have taken place overnight with the gas race.
So let's see. We've got Buenos Aires. All right. And one of the people who checked in from Germany, everybody in the States, of course, are saying good morning from so-and-so, good morning from so-and-so. Yeah. And the one from Germany said good afternoon from Hamburg, Germany. I went, okay,
there you go.
I gotcha.
You know, that's one thing technology has done. It has definitely brought the world, so you now are much more aware of what's happening. At least I am, as well as time zones and those types of things. We've got an international photographer on our official photographer team this time, and as we started scheduling Zoom meetings and that kind of stuff to get everybody up to speed, it was like, normally I'd pick a time like, 6 o'clock in the evening, and that'd be great for everybody, except that becomes the middle of the night.
Middle of the night over there.
So you have to be careful about scheduling those times.
Well, it's interesting. You're right. It's the technology, and I will say ballooning. And if I'm allowed a quick story while we're before we pitch to the Gordon Bennett folks. I'll try to make the Reader's Digest version of it short. Anyway, I was working on my blog I used to do about Scotland, and I was doing a story about tartan as a fashion. Right. And I was looking online, and I found a picture of a lovely young lady in a tartan dress. I reached out to her, and I said, can I use your photograph in this blog that I'm writing? Right. She said, of course you can. Well, that began a discussion between the two of us, and it turns out she lived in Ukraine. And again, long story made short, we became really good friends online. When the war broke out in Ukraine, she reached out to me. She's married and has a young son, and she reached out to me. They were trying to get out of the country, get away from the war. They lived in Odessa, and said, do you have any friends in either Germany or Spain that might be able to help us? I said, I do. I have ballooning friends in both. And I reached out, and Willie Eimers and Benny Eimers, his son, and Benny's wife, they reached out, and they helped my friend from Ukraine get out of Ukraine, out of the war, come to Germany. They're now living in Germany, living a wonderful, peaceful life. Oh, nice. And in large part thanks to help from the Eimers family, who also have raised funds and donated to many Ukrainian balloonists. So those are people that I've met through technology and through ballooning that otherwise in a normal life, me being a kid from Texas, I would never have known those people.
Exactly.
And the young lady from Ukraine, she and I have become very dear friends. I still hope one day to now, I hoped at one point to get to Ukraine to meet her. Now I'm hoping at one point to get over to Germany to meet her and her husband. But it's amazing what technology can do and the friends that we can make around the world. I've made a friend from China who's one of our viewers, and he and I are now having a communication back and forth via Facebook and Messenger. So,
well,
yeah.
I'm thinking, this is the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta.
It
but
is.
When I think about balloon festivals and rallies and those types of things, I think they all tend to have some level of internationality to it. Where folks do come, balloonists do tend that it is really an international community.
It absolutely is.
And speaking of that, it's time to check with our friends on Gordon Bennett TV. And let's just head up to the museum and Regan Tetlow.
Thank you very much, Art. Thank you very much, Glen, over at Balloon Fiesta Live. It's Gordon Bennett TV. Very good morning to you. Before we continue, I would like to start with a short statement from our Director of Media Relations, Tom Garrity.
My name is Tom Garrity. I am the spokesperson for the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, speaking also on behalf of the Gordon Bennett Cup. I have a short statement with respect to the events in Texas last night. Monday evening, a sport gas balloon participating in the 66th Gordon Bennett Cup, an international distance competition, was involved in an accident which included coming into contact with a power line near Crandall, Texas, which is located southeast of Dallas. The balloon Poland Team 1 was piloted by Krzysztof Zapart and Piotr Halas, both residents of Poland. Both pilots sustained injuries and were transported to Parkland Hospital in Dallas, Texas. Mr. Zapart, the lead pilot, sustained cuts and burns to his legs and arms. Mr. Halas is being treated for burns and broken bones to his legs and midsection. Both are experienced gas balloon pilots who have logged significant time in gas balloons. Our thoughts are with the gentlemen, their families, and friends for a full and complete recovery. Poland Team 1 was one of 17 gas balloons participating in the Gordon Bennett Cup. The team was the first to take flight when the launch window opened on Saturday evening at 8:30 p.m. All of the balloon teams launched from Balloon Fiesta Park in Albuquerque, New Mexico. They traveled eastward towards the Texas-New Mexico border and it took winds that angled them toward the Dallas-Fort Worth area, crossing over Arlington at approximately 3:30 p.m. Central Time. Poland Team 1 was flying at an altitude of 12,000 feet to pass over the Dallas-Fort Worth airspace and started their descent a short time later. The balloon's tracking device indicated that the aircraft's motion had stopped at 7:25 p.m. There was good weather and good visibility in Crandall at the time of the accident. All of the balloons are filled with hydrogen gas. This is an industry standard for flying gas balloons, both in North America and Europe, where the sport is very popular. The team's two-person chase crew was in Wichita Falls at the time of the accident. This is also typical for gas balloon chase crew to stage in an area for a time, then to catch up with the team. The chase crew are now reunited with the pilots in Dallas. The Gordon Bennett competition continues. It continues today. There are 12 teams that are still in flight. Several are anticipated to be landing this morning. We'll have updates as warranted.
And we'd like to follow now with a statement from Event Director Thomas Horer.
All of us in the command center are closely monitoring the situation in Texas with Poland 1. And our thoughts are with our pilots Krzysztof and Piotr, their support crew, their family, and everybody involved. We are relieved that this outcome of the incident was not any worse and that Krzysztof may even be released from hospital. His ground crew is with him in the hospital and balloonists in Texas are helping to support them. We are receiving many words of encouragement and support from the teams in the Gordon Bennett and also from balloonists in the community. So the ballooning community is a close-knit community who never hesitates to reach out for help and to help as well. And we would like to thank all the balloonists who offered their assistance, especially those now in Texas helping the pilots and the family. The Coupe Aeronautic Gordon Bennett is the world's oldest air race, founded in 1906. It's the world championship for gas balloon distance ballooning. The balloon or the pilots participating in this race are very well aware of the certain element of risks as air sports have. Christoph and Piotr are adventurous people and are long-time balloonists who well understand these risks. They would not wish this incident to distract and draw attention from competition still going underway, and wish to the teams to continue and achieve the furthest distance and a safe landing. We are, as a command center, still supporting those balloons, and we are looking forward to a safe and exciting conclusion of this race.
We've also got some well-wishers coming down from the competition, from the skies, and first of all, Francois.
Dzień dobry. Dzień dobry, Christophe. I wish you a quick recovery. So do I. My friends, I wish you all the best. I hope you are doing well, and I'm looking forward, Christophe, to have a sneaky cigarette with you on the field at Albuquerque. Good luck, mate. We'll think of you. Bye.
Hello, Christophe and Piotr. We are lucky that you are both safe. We wish you best recovery.
Hi, guys.
Hi, guys. See you next time. Bon courage.
Good morning. This is USA Team 3, Sherry and Mark, live over Mississippi. We just crossed the river. We're sending our best wishes, all our love and support to Christophe and Petra, and hoping that they heal quickly. Lots of love. Bye.
Great messages coming from the teams, Mark, and from all of us here at Gordon Bennett TV. We want to send our best wishes as well to Piotr and to Christophe.
Yes, absolutely, and I think it's as Thomas said, it's really a nice community. They work together. We did keep the pilots informed as much as we could, yes. And you saw those messages coming through.
We've also got a race update from the Benoits and Francois. Let's check in.
Good morning. Good morning, my friend. This is Francois live, still heading on, still leading the pack. We have a night, very busy, flying low, flying fast, trying to keep our position as we could feel the USR-1 breathing behind. We're looking forward for another day, another night, and the end of this wonderful race. Bye-bye. Thank you, everybody. Keep looking, Gordon Bennett TV. Bye-bye. Bye.
Thank you from our current race leaders, Francois and Benoit. Great result at the moment, 1,823 kilometres. Currently second place, USA 1, 1,806. And in third, Spain, 1,727. Mark, let's get into it with the analysis.
So yeah, as you see, like, we still have a decent pack of balloons flying here.
Yes.
They were all low during the night, so they let the balloon cool down. They didn't try to use as little ballast as possible during the night, but they still had a decently nice speed heading east. We do now see some differentiation here. We just got word of USA 3, Mark and Sherry. They landed just after the Mississippi River, so basically just after they sent us those wishes, and based on tracking it also looks like Spain has landed. So what I believe right now the goal is for them is to go as far east as possible, if they can as far north as well. You can see that in this chart here. These are what we call the equidistant. So these are basically all points have the same distance from the launch point. So as you can see, the further north they can get, the further they could try to reach into the furthest distance. And we do see some of the balloons going high again, so they're almost at 3,000 meters again. That's the heating of the sun. I don't think they use too much ballast to do that, so they just let the balloon fly back up. And yeah, I think the big question is who makes it furthest north and who has the longest endurance to actually get to that point, and does any of the balloon have even the endurance for another night?
What's very interesting is right now, excuse me, the leaders have already surpassed the last three Gordon Bennetts. Just to give you an idea, in 2020, Germany 3, they won with 1,572. In 21, Swiss 2, their winning distance was 1,559. And last year, Swiss won with 2019, 1,774.7. And Germany 3 last year, 1,572. So now already it's over 1,800. We're really moving forward.
I think this is certainly one element that the teams were looking forward to fly here in the US.
Yes.
You can fly larger distance, and you certainly have, I wouldn't say no, but less congested airspace.
Yes.
Like Fort Worth yesterday that they had to deal with, but that managed to our understanding well. And yeah, other than that, like in Europe, that's certainly way more restricted and way more difficult to fly.
What do we think about the weather now going throughout today? Have we got any wind predictions for us to be looking at?
So what I have running up here, this is I just pulled this up 10 minutes ago when I saw the balloon at 2,000 meters or 6,000 feet. Kind of looking at the wind. So they're kind of just on the border of the high-speed wind, taking them north, and you also see it like slowly turning in. I believe it will even turn further north later on. But they're even climbing higher, and that's another interesting point. Like you see, there's really strong winds up here in the higher area. So I wonder if some of the teams just try to pick up as much wind as they can, just make it to the coast and land, or some of them really have the endurance to do that in addition of trying to navigate as far north as possible.
Interesting. Well, we'll be back with our next update at 9:30, I believe.
Yes, that's correct.
So we'll see you then at 9:30 with an update of what's happening. But in the meantime, we're going to pass back over to the rooftop studio with Art and Glen.
Thanks, Regan.
Thank you, Regan.
And Marc-Andre from Gordon Bennett TV.
Yeah, and the one thing I will comment with regard to the accident is there is a very, very strong community of balloonists in and around the Dallas area. You just returned from the Plano Balloon Festival. I was a part of the Plano Ballooning Association for many, many years. Also, at one time there was a separate North Texas club. So there's a great community of balloonists, and I'm sure they'll be reaching out to help in any way that they can.
Well, interesting that we were talking about the whole international community of balloonists in general right before we went over there, and then we saw it from the other competitors, even being able to get a video back down once they were informed of what was going on. And so, so our best wishes to Zabard and Plata, so those guys can. And it sounds like serious injuries.
There's nothing life-threatening.
Exactly.
And that's the great thing, because we can always replace balloon equipment. We can't replace people.
Right.
And so our very best wishes for speedy recoveries to the two of the team from Poland 1. And having lived in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex and worked there for a number of years, I know Parkland is one of the excellent medical facilities in the country, so I'm sure they're being well cared for. And as I say, I know there's a great hot air balloon community there as well that will be as supportive as possible.
You betcha.
So, very good.
As well as around the rest of the world, whatever they can do to help things.
Certainly. I'm sure balloonists around the world will be uniting in, if nothing else, sending their best wishes to the team, but certainly in offering any type of support that they can.
But we are back here at the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, where it is Coca-Cola Day.
Yes.
And we have the Coca-Cola balloons standing up down there by the main stage.
Yep.
And we are just a little bit, maybe another 10 minutes. Let me check here. So,
let's see, I've got 6:45.
About 10 minutes away from the the launch of our balloon of the day of Coca-Cola with the colors of the United States flag and the singing performance of our national anthem this morning.
We're at that point of the day where the cameras, for those of you watching online, make things look a little lighter than it actually is. Although the sun probably has risen behind the Sandias, we're at that point again where the Sandias are really strikingly visible as a silhouette against the lighted morning sky. But the sun is still not up and above the Sandias yet, so we're still in the shadow of the shade.
Officially 7:07 today.
7:07?
7:07,
okay, so it hasn't
not
officially
quite
risen,
yet.
but certainly pre-dawn light.
Yeah, you know, that's 30, 40 minutes or so before sunrise. You always start to get that light, just like on the other end of the day. You get 30, 40 minutes of
twilight
light after the sun.
Yeah, so it looks to be, as we've said already, it looks to be another gorgeous morning. We have a few clouds way off in the distance, off to the north, but certainly nothing above us. We have another beautiful crescent moon. We talked about that earlier with the planet up there nicely visible. Otherwise, clear blue skies overhead. Look at that camera position. Was that one of our guys? Oh, okay. It looked like he was on the top of the Sandias. That's actually, he's on the lift down by the stage. There's that shot. Yeah, it kind of looks, I thought somebody was way up in the mountains with a camera. Who in the world would be up there? So a little bit of an optical illusion.
You know, that's kind of funny that you mentioned about being way up there, because I manage the official photographers for Balloon Fiesta as well.
Right.
And we have...
as if you don't have enough to do already.
Right. We have like 20 of them, and about half of them, it's their first time shooting officially for us, and even of that, many of them, it's their first time here. And some of them have said, I want to go to the top of the crest and shoot the balloons from up there.
Right.
And I said, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Because
no,
even though they're really big and they're really colorful.
When you get up there, they're little bitty.
Yeah, first off, you're a mile higher than the balloons, and then you get farther out, and they just become little dots. And
although, I have seen some unique time-lapse videos posted on social media where they are just the little bitty dots, but they're like a swarm of gnats.
Yeah.
It's really kind of fun to see, but it's not the best place to go if you want to get dramatic photographs from up at the top of the peak.
So our Balloon Meister, do I have time to do this? Yes. Our Balloon Meister, Henry Rosenbaum, and I haven't gotten the graphics to the truck yet. We'll get them so that you can talk about it again at 8 o'clock.
For competition?
Yes, but we're going to have a hesitation waltz, which you'll remember from yesterday, is just a couple of X's.
Right.
Pick one.
Okay.
Pick one and throw a marker on one of those, any color except red or orange.
Okay.
Because the red markers are to be thrown in a maximum double drop distance.
Okay.
Maximum distance double drop.
Right.
So the idea, there will be an X on the field, and then north and south, there's actually going to be two of those, and there'll be a triangle on the north and south end of those,
so it's
pointing away.
So it's got one marker in one triangle and one marker in another triangle.
Yes.
And if it's max distance, you want them as far apart as possible.
But within the triangle.
But within the triangle.
Yeah,
right.
So the tip of the triangle, so the flat side is going to be near the X's.
So the tip will be farthest
away.
So tip to tip will
Right.
be the best possible score.
Yep.
Max distance, one marker in each triangle, one at each tip, just like with one on the bow of the boat.
Right.
In this case, one on each tip of the triangle.
Yes.
Is the best possible score.
And there will be two of those setups out there.
Okay.
So you have one on one side of the road, one on the other side of
Okay.
the road, so you can pick whichever side of the road you're coming down at.
But you've got to be in two triangles that are associated with
the
one
same
X.
one,
You
yes.
can't be in a
Yeah.
triangle on this X and a triangle on the X on the other side of the road.
Exactly.
That don't work.
That don't work.
Yeah.
That don't work.
Okay.
The graphic we have that we'll get up on
Yeah.
get up here soon shows kind of looks like, if that's north, it's the west side ones are kind
Okay.
of indicated as
Yeah.
the red scoring area and the blue,
And the blue
scoring on the
scoring
left. That's more for colors to illustrate the point you just made. You got to hit the two triangles to go together.
That go together on a single X. You can't go from one X to the other.
Yeah, so if you come across the field east to west or west to east, that would be a great way to hit one triangle and one triangle, but that's not going to work.
But that's not going to score.
You need the north-south, south-north path to be able to do that.
I got you.
All right, we'll get those graphics down to the truck, and we would.
We'll bring those up when we get ready for competition.
Get a little closer. But
so
that's what we're
folks can
after.
Understand.
Hesitation waltz will be task 3. Task 4, a maximum distance double drop.
So now are the
three baggies.
So are the hesitation waltz X's the same ones that are being used for the hesitation for the?
It appears that they are different. It appears that they are different.
In other words, will there be 4 X's out on the field, 2 for the hesitation waltz?
Oh no! You know what? Now that I'm comparing the graphics, they will be the same X's.
So you're going to be throwing different colored markers. You'll have a different colored marker.
Yep. No, they are the same place. I looked closer.
Into the triangles, and then a different color marker onto the X.
So yes. So when
as you're coming across, you drop in one triangle, then you drop a different color at the X, and then you drop in the other triangle as you're going out.
Yeah. So ideally, to be even more specific, throw a red, throw some other color on the X, and then throw a second red on the second triangle.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. Right, but the 2
if
X's,
you're moving that fast.
The 2 X's are involved in both tasks.
Yes.
I got you.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
That'll be fun. That'll be fun.
Good question. I was looking at 2 different graphics and didn't realize that the X's are going to be in the same place. And one will be a little bit farther north than the other one. So
and the nice thing is if we have light winds, that's easy to do. You've seen and I've seen it when we're flying at a little faster speeds. Sometimes when you've got those multiple drops, you just fly over the target, throw every marker you've got over the side and hope they hit somewhere because you don't have time to go boom, boom, boom.
There's Bill Lee with the New Mexico True Lee balloon. He's out there at the top, and that's going to be his crown line.
Look at the graphic on that jacket. My gosh, that's gorgeous.
Yep. Yeah, don't step over ropes like that. Go around them, just like you wouldn't step on the balloon itself, or even attempt to go over. Hi, Bill.
My Apple Watch is asking if I should start my day. Yes.
Yeah, I kind of been started.
I think it kind of got started a little earlier.
Yeah.
Gotta love technology.
I don't even know what I was going to say about something.
Well, I'm sorry.
Hey, I found out who is actually flying the red and green.
I was going to say, there's the
City of
red
Albuquerque balloon. That's going to be Paul Petrin. He's flying that.
Oh, is Paul flying that?
Paul's flying that one.
All right.
As we've talked all week, part of the Rainbow Riders fleet, and so they have a fleet of pilots to go with the fleet of balloons, and all certified to fly the different balloons. And so until you talk to one of them or literally see them fly over you, you never know who's actually flying.
Right.
I'm supposed to have a list of who's in what one, but those keep changing as the day goes on. So the green flag has gone up, I believe. At least we've told everybody that the green flag is up, so if it's not physically up, it will be shortly.
As has the ExxonMobil balloon, Enchanted Horizons, just going up right here in front of us at Corporate Village.
There it is.
There's the green
indeed.
flag. It is up. Yeah.
So again, we will launch about half the balloons from the field here as soon as we get the balloon of the day in the sky. Kind of a mini mass ascension. And then about 8 o'clock, we'll start our competition when the other half of the balloons will be flying back towards us.
And that's a good time to remind folks that as the ascension from the field wraps up, we will get scoring officials out beginning to flag off the scoring area. So we'll be asking spectators to move off to the north, south, east, or west perimeter of the field. And as a tip, as always, we suggest the east side, which is Main Street, is probably the best side, especially if you're going to be taking photographs because the sun will be at your back. But we do have new bleachers over along the west Arroyo near the pilot briefing tower that are available for the public to have a nice seat and watch the competition if you'd like. And as typical, the balloons will be landing once they've crossed the targets. Usually we keep the south end of the field open for landings down here along Corporate Row. So I don't encourage a lot of spectators to come south. Most will go east. If for no other reason, they're also, not only can they see the competition, but they can do some shopping, grab a bite to eat, wander along Main Street, see all the attractions there if they like. But just again, a reminder that there will come a point we'll ask you to clear the field so that we can get the scoring area marked off and get ready with this morning's competition.
Lots of activity as pilots and crews get their balloons ready to go airborne. You can look at the flags in the back. You see just a little bit of breeze. Just
there's the
enough to fly nicely and not just.
And those are the bleachers I was just talking about over on the west side. Yep. There's the pilot briefing tower
the
on
far
the left of the screen, and then there you see the sets of bleachers. Those are there for the public. They're there for you. So if you'd like to go find a get your popcorn and then just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
I think that's one food that I haven't seen
I've never
much
seen
of out there.
I don't know that I've ever seen it here.
Yeah.
Matter of fact. So there's an opportunity for a vendor maybe to
come up with something.
Has it never been there's usually a kettle corn
I would
vendor
say
at
there's
almost
something like that,
every
yeah.
balloon festival I've been to. So maybe there is one over there. But I don't recall seeing anyone with popcorn here before. So.
Hey, we are now 30 seconds away from 7 o'clock, so let's go down to our Main Street stage and our public address announcer, Mr. Bill Royal.
What so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the rampart we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the
Susan Tipton with our national anthem this morning as the Coca-Cola, the swine Coca-Cola balloon, now above the sky, above Balloon Fiesta Park, getting us started as we await the sun coming over the top of the Sandias. But as you can see from that shot, we already have a number of balloons hot inflated, ready to take to the sky as we fill the skies of Albuquerque with balloons from Balloon Fiesta Park, followed by balloons from around the area flying back into the park with competition.
Looks to be another exciting day. The sky is beginning to lighten. We can see the sun just hitting some of the clouds in the far distance, beginning to light them up a bit. Will be a few more minutes before we'll see that here.
First time we've had clouds all week, which means it's going to be even a more beautiful sunrise than normal. Because when you have the clouds, you have some different colors.
That's true. And what's really fun is when you get those little, what we call the cotton candy clouds.
Yeah.
You know, little puffy clouds that are, as the sun comes up, turn a little light pink.
Yeah.
You know, it's really.
I see a little bit of that pink out to the west and south.
Yeah, yep, you can see a little out there. And if you look way out to the northeast,
where the mountain kind of comes down.
At the end of the mountain range there, you can see some of the pinkish color in the skies.
And we are now away with Earl Buzzard and Buzzard's a Roost right off the side. Coca-Cola has already turned to go to the west. There goes ExxonMobil.
Travis Vinsel is aboard there. Nice wave of the.
That's Tristan McLean.
Tristan McLean. I'm sorry. You're right, with the cowboy hat wave to us.
You bet.
Sorry, Tristan.
we are going right off the southwest corner of the field, right over the Gondola Club.
Yep.
One of those great places to spend time here at the Balloon Fiesta.
I thought I saw my longtime friend Tom Goff was up here on the.
He was. He came by to say hi yesterday.
Okay, I didn't get a chance to say hello to him. Tom usually volunteers down at the Gondola Club. Tom and I became great friends when I lived out in California. Used to fly together at an event up in Salmon, Idaho. And sorry I didn't get to say hello, Tom. And good to see you, though.
He was on a cart with another fairly new program. We've had it, I think, for 3 years now. The Concierge program.
Okay.
Where you can book basically a private tour here at Balloon Fiesta.
Oh.
So for 2 to 4 people, and we will set you up on a golf cart with a driver guide type of person who will take you around the field, give you your personal information, and just take care of you to have a great time here at Balloon Fiesta.
That's awesome. And there's no better guide that I can think of than Tom.
Tom is great.
He knows this place backwards and forwards, and been a volunteer here for a number of years. Great guy. So sorry I didn't get to say hello, Tom, if you're out there, but I did notice you were here, and good to see you.
I finally got to say hi to him at the Navigator party yesterday. Thank you,
okay. Yeah.
So I kind of waved at him as I was leaving the stage here to go to competition down on the field, and then I caught up with him a little bit later. Tom lives in it's not really the metro area, but he's not very far from here. Coach Day Lake, I think, is where he's now residing. He's finally come down from Idaho.
From Idaho, yeah, because we used to fly in a wonderful event up in Salmon, Idaho for a few years together. Had some great times up there. The Cuervo balloon is getting airborne now, right in front of Sponsor Hospitality and the rooftop studio. Bright yellow with red and blue horizontal bands and those blue stars just at the equator, right next to the Zia balloon, which is also flying for, I'm trying to read the banner, is it
TLC.
TLC,
Plumbing and Heating.
Thank you.
Hey, confirmation on the feed already here. Julie says, I absolutely love the Gondola Club. Can't recommend it enough. Great food, amazing hospitality.
Absolutely. I know that's true.
Oh, yeah. Our stage manager pointing out that the balloons are already going back to the north.
Already boxing back, yep. Well, yeah.
Yeah, well, even Coca-Cola has gone a little bit higher. So, definitely out to the northwest.
Well, and yeah, there's Tristan in ExxonMobil. He went high pretty quick, and he's headed out to the northwest. And yet, there's, isn't that Tim Taylor over in the Stars and Stripes balloon from the Dawn Patrol? And look at him. He's down low along the trees, and he's moving north to south. So we're seeing evidence of that drainage that Brad Tiemeyer, thank you, told us to watch for. There goes Cool Beans. Drifting from the southwest corner.
Setting up to be a great day for navigation for competition.
Should be, yeah.
And Don Henderson, if you're listening, you picked a good day to go to the river because I think they're coming your way. Don's our team lead of the official photographers, and he texted me last night. He says, I think I'm just going to start in the river tomorrow to get pictures up there. And rather than try and come to the field and then get out there and beat the balloons, he was going to go out there and try that. So, looks like you picked a good day.
Looks like he might have picked a good day for that, absolutely. And of course, if he did, then we'll see social media will be flooded with pictures of balloons in the river. Although I saw a couple of pictures of the river, and it did not look terribly healthy, to be honest.
It is not. It is not. You know, we had some really good runoff in, I want to say, late April, early May. We finally had a lot of water running through it, and actually they were doing a whole lot of water rescues, unfortunately, because people were saying, oh, there's water in the river.
Water. Let's go play.
Let's go play, and getting themselves in trouble over there.
No.
That only lasted probably about a month, if that, and now it's back down to probably lower levels than ever. So, Sean, the balloonitic, wants to know when we're going to do the license plate giveaway.
We'll do it a little bit later this morning.
Yeah, we'll
probably.
get to it.
Give people time to. We'll talk about it, give people time to register. The Tiger balloon is standing up alongside the Sid Cutter Pavilion and right in front of the balloon manufacturer's tent. And who is this that we have?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Here's another crew that has cowboy hats.
Cowboy hats, yeah.
So, I wonder if that's Vampirilla with all the red.
You know, it could be. And there, it looks like maybe those black horns, perhaps. Does Vampirilla
Oh, right there
horns?
Still on the ground.
Yeah,
yes.
on the ground.
I think you're right.
You're right. Well spotted. Mark McSkimming has the Tiger balloon standing up again, as we said, alongside the Pilot Pavilion, the Sid Cutter Pilot Pavilion. He's out of Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Cynthia Seal getting airborne as well, just on to the live stream, right in front of us.
Always like Cynthia Seal right here in front of us. Pat Rolfe flying that for us. Yep.
Like looking at her blue eyes and seeing the balloon reflections there. And remember was it the pencil boy that had the sunglasses with the mirrored reflection with the mass ascension going on?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have to go very high at all, and you turn around and go back to the north.
Yep. A friend of mine was asking me this morning, I don't want to throw names about a balloon called the Bugle Boy. Do you remember that? I vaguely do, but
I don't remember that.
He was asking who owns it, and I don't have a clue anymore. I vaguely remember the shape, but Pencil Boy was always fun.
Yes.
Because he had, again, those mirrored sunglasses with a mass ascension reflecting in the mirrors.
I think, Pencil Boy will be here
for
later
shapes
in the week.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, he's scheduled to be here all week. But Jay may be flying yet a different balloon, but he'll be out there on the north end.
Well, we mentioned sometimes pilots fly during the week in a standard round balloon, and then they switch to a shape for the Special Shapes Rodeo Glodeos on Thursday and Friday.
So some questions about the Gondola Club. All of our ticket and special areas, concierge, the Gondola Club, Chasers Club, all of those, Skybox, another place that you can kind of get your own private or semi-private area type of thing with some extra amenities types of things. All of those are available, and the descriptions are on our website, balloonfiesta.com. Tickets to all of those, as well as general admission tickets, all go on sale in April, 6 months before the start of Balloon Fiesta. So next year, Balloon Fiesta will start on October 5th. That means tickets to everything for next year go on sale on April 5th. Unless you're talking about RVs, and those will go on sale in spots in early January.
I was just watching up high above us, the balloon called Neon Dreams. It's one of those that has kind of a rainbow spiral. They're probably getting just far enough away now they can't hear me talking about them. But one of the passengers was really going crazy, waving back down either at us or at the ground and folks there. Neon Dreams is Patrick Grogan out of Cleveland, North Carolina, and here for the 6th year. That is a 105,000 cubic foot, a 105 Balloon Works. And he's right up in the center of that. Well, he's just to the right of Cynthia Seal up there. You see him burning now, that rainbow spiral balloon with the pink and red spiral there particularly noticeable. So one of his passengers was having a great time. They were really going at it with the wave there.
Oh, cool.
On screen is Wicked, one of my favorite balloons, one of my favorite Broadway shows as well. That, of course, if you're not familiar, is a prequel story to The Wizard of Oz, which is quite interesting.
Trying to...
Arabelle is here again this morning. The Moo crew hard at work. Cold inflating Arabelle the cow. And it is okay to say Arabelle the cow, not Arabelle cow, as with Santa Claus. And
although Arabelle the Creamland cow,
well, okay,
would be even better.
Would be even better. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Always want to get that sponsor in there.
There you go.
Yeah. So Arabelle the Creamland cow, and the Moo crew. They're always hard at work.
Yeah, and always very, very busy. Because they usually put Arabelle up and then go ahead and put up the other one. So we are sending our balloon camera off with Ralph Kaiser this morning.
Okay.
He is flying competition. So this is our balloon camp. So you see banner number 236. The balloon is still on the basket on the back of the truck, and the crew's kind of standing around. Now they can't launch until 8 o'clock, and it's only like 7:13. So looks like Ralph has found a spot that he thinks is going to be the perfect spot to be able to fly in and do that maximum double drop and the hesitation waltz. So we'll keep tabs on them as they get.
It'll be interesting to see if they stay there or if they end up moving, because as the sun comes up, they'll start to run some pie balls, I'm sure. and the wind may suggest that they go elsewhere. So it'll be curious to see if they stay and launch from there, or if they do end up deciding to go elsewhere, perhaps.
We'll continue to do that. Hopefully Ralph will be, Ralph's a pretty good competitive pilot, and so we'll hopefully see him come in over the target. We'll be able to bring you what it looks like from a pilot's point of view flying into the field. Yeah, look at the conversations.
Yep. See, they're looking at wind information right now.
That's another pilot, John Wilson, right next to him with the hat and the sunglasses on there.
Okay.
And taking a look at what the weather's doing with the iPad. That's another thing the technology has done. We used to go out and put a little pie ball up and say, oh, we're going to go here. Now you've got all these different weather stations that are around the area. We've got these wind radar things that are going on.
Well, and you've got programs now. Once you have the wind information, you can look on your iPad and you can say, okay, the pie ball went 110 degrees, and so then you can take from the target and you can back out 110 degrees to a mile, and then you can look on a satellite view map and see, okay, well, there's a field right here. Let's go there and launch.
Yes. We saw in the Gordon Bennett TV where Mark kept bringing up the Windy. It's the Windy app.
Right.
And you get the winds, and then he would change the altitude.
Yes.
And you'd see what the forecast and the conditions are there. And so you can change that and say, if I go here, oh, I can get there.
I can get there.
Or I can't, depending on what it is.
Yeah. Technology is amazing. I mean, when I started flying, nowadays we have, if you look at some of the, especially the competitive guys, Johnny Petron, Joe Zavada, the Hartzels, folks that fly in world-class competition.
Yeah.
I mean, they'll have an instrument panel in their balloon. When I started flying, you had a street map, literally a road map, and maybe a compass. And that was about it.
Yeah, that's pretty high tech then.
I mean, I can remember when we got our first portable GPS, and I could go, my goodness, I'm tracking 125 degrees,
Yeah, at 7 knots.
Yeah, and it's like, how cool is this? And nowadays, they've got like glass cockpits in some of these balloons. It's amazing what the technology has brought to our sport.
The other thing that it has done is allowed us here at Balloon Fiesta and Balloon Fiesta Live to take Balloon Fiesta around the world.
Sure.
And into places that you would love to be, but not necessarily you can't. Like the 6th grade class, or classes actually, in Kennesaw, Georgia. That's just outside of Atlanta at the Mount Perrin Christian School. Mrs. Lovato's 6th grade class, along with, I understand, a number of other 6th grade classes, are actually tuning in as school gets started for watching Balloon Fiesta Live. And the kind of the little background here is Mrs. Lovato recently got started crewing for a local balloonist there, saw a great opportunity to do some math and science lessons with ballooning, and now the entire 6th grade is tuning into Balloon Fiesta Live.
How cool is that?
That is. So a shout out to all the kids and everybody at Mount Perrin Christian School in Kennesaw, Georgia. Thanks for watching. Glad to have you along.
Well, there's a lot of educational curriculum that can be built around hot air ballooning when you talk about wind direction, wind speed, the impact, what changes wind, high pressures, low pressures, how the sunlight heats the earth, and you get heat reflected from the earth. You can talk about, obviously, energy, propane, how that can be used. Lots of learning that can take place around a theme of hot air balloons.
It's great how we can recognize pilots by basically their headgear.
Yep.
You see that cowboy hat?
I know who that is.
Ken Tattellini.
Ken Tattellini, absolutely.
Yeah.
Can't
That's how
miss
we
that.
knew it was Joe Hartzell coming into that balloon, because Joe always wears the baseball cap.
Oh, okay.
And the kids don't.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, amazing the things that we have to look for as an announcer.
Yes, absolutely.
Things up. The other area I'm thinking, as you were talking about all the different learning areas, just think about design.
Oh, absolutely.
Design.
Artistic design.
From artistic to the engineering things for special shapes.
Yes.
Yeah, you can build multiple careers around ballooning.
And think about colors and shading.
Yes.
My mom, God bless her, loves to color and is brilliant at it. And so shading, and you know, it used to be simply enough that any panel on a balloon could be any color. And now we have colors and we have shades. There are special dyes. And then there's patterns that can be designed by simple cuts. Like looking at Rocky Top right now, see how they have panels that are diagonally cut between two colors to create a design of the Rocky Mountains and snow caps. Just incredible.
Not to mention all the ancillary
all the other
things that you can do as well. Make
all the carnival stuff.
Yeah, with the little bubbles and all that kind of stuff as well. So, we did that conversation about the Gondola Club, and I talked about tickets and that stuff. And Joni says, bummer, they're all sold out. Yes, they are sold out for the week. They was going to come down for the weekend, which is why I told you that ticket sales for things like that go on sale 6 months before Balloon Fiesta starts.
In fact, I've got family coming into town tonight to be here for the next few days, and one of the things they looked at was the Gondola Club in terms of tickets and availability, and I'm not sure they were available, so we went a different route with them. But if you want to get in on some of that stuff, you got to get in early.
So starting to assemble the balloon out there in the.
Yep, and there goes Wicked, Defying Gravity, banner number 280.
Just saw it on the screen just a moment ago using the turning vent so that we can see the Wicked logo with Elphaba.
That is Stan Hess, who is flying Wicked, the Broadway musical balloon from St. Peters, Pennsylvania.
And around the other side, Defy Gravity.
Defy Gravity, the 11th year for Stan to be here. I actually got to see Defy Gravity in Edinburgh, Scotland. Saw a Christmas Eve matinee, one of the afternoon shows when I was there in, I think it was, back in 2014. So check your bingo cards for those of you that are playing. There was a mention of Scotland.
There's just the eyeballs of Hamlet before the...
Doug Gant was up on the tower visiting with us. And
before the broadcast,
balloon pins with us this morning. Good to see Doug. There's the Don Chalmers Ford balloon getting airborne, red, white, and blue, right here in front of Sponsor Hospitality. Don Chalmers, of course, provides a number of courtesy vehicles to balloon teams that travel from such distance that they really can't drive in.
Well, a number of international folks, Tomas over with the Gordon Bennett, Mark Andre over there with Gordon Bennett TV.
Yeah.
All folks that
I used to
traveled all the way across the pond to be here.
When I used to fly in from California as opposed to driving in from Texas and Louisiana, I was given a Don Chalmers courtesy vehicle. And one year, after the Fiesta was over on Monday morning, I drove over and made a deal and drove home a brand new Ford Expedition that I purchased from Don Chalmers. A lot of the vehicles, the courtesy vehicles here, will be on special sale beginning next Monday. So if you're in the market for a vehicle, particularly here in Albuquerque, you might want to go see the folks at Don Chalmers and say hello. Make a deal.
That's a loud burner on that Wicked balloon.
Well, they're also directly overhead.
Yes.
So that helps. Or hurts, depending on your opinion.
It's just, even with our headsets on, to be able to kind of
hear that
through it there. So.
Boy, there's a sight you don't see often, a green elephant and a giant dairy cow. Arabelle, the Creamland cow. And what's the name of the elephant this year? This is the brand new one. Get to my shapes list, scroll, or can I just search green elephant? Will it come up that way? Green. There he is, I've got him.
You got him?
Yeah, that is Jota balloon.
Oh yeah, Jota.
Jota?
Yeah.
Okay, Louise Assis from,
And I like you said, the site you don't ever see very often. You know, right behind it was the New Mexico True balloon. So only in New Mexico and Albuquerque would you see those.
There you go.
Yeah.
You would catch that as a local, of course. There goes Rocky Top, Air Rocky Top. And you can see now how the panels, we
were talking about recognizing pilots.
Yeah.
That's Ron Sanchez. I recognized him as he went by, and I verified it with his banner number.
Oh, okay.
So this is one of the old Wells Fargo balloons. You remember Wells Fargo balloons?
Yes.
I used to have a balloon program. Yes. They had round ones. They had a stagecoach. The stagecoach was dismantled, so it no longer flies. And Ron bought one of the old Wells Fargo balloons and now has put the calls it We Go, and has now put the banner on it for Bubba's 33, which is a local restaurant here in town.
I know. I passed Bubba's 33 driving in.
Very supportive of balloonists and the balloon programs here, and so we're really glad to talk about Bubba's and Ron Sanchez with his balloon in the air.
So what kind of a restaurant is Bubba's 33? I've not been there, so I might have to go.
It's got pizza, it's got burgers, it's kind of got all kinds of, just kind of almost anything you'd want.
So American comfort food kind of place? Yeah. All right. I could do that.
Yeah, and there, Ron needs to use the turning bed.
Because the banners are on the two sides where we could just barely see them.
We talked one time, he landed right near where I did one day out there flying. He was packing it up and he was kind of short on crew, and I went over to help him out. And that balloon is another heavy one. And then he tells me that the banners themselves, the Bubba's 33 banners on the side, are 18 pounds each.
Well,
which is heavy, but not near like some of the others.
We did an event down in, Steve Lombardi put an event together down in, I think it was Steve, down in Monterrey, Mexico some years ago. And we took our balloons down there, and so they told them about the idea of sponsors and banners. They took pack canvas.
Oh no!
And then painted one side white.
Oh no!
And then painted the sponsor's name on it.
On top of that?
And then we put them on our balloons. I had a 90,000 cubic foot balloon. I barely could get the thing to stand up because the banner was so heavy. The next day, after that one stand-up we did, it was a glow to start the event that night. Then they took all the banners back and they cut them down to where there was just as little as possible banner behind the back of the sponsor name.
No extra space.
And then we had to get bungees and things to tie everything off.
Sure.
But they didn't understand the idea of a balloon banner, and it was packed canvas that had 2 coats of paint on it. They weighed a ton. It was so heavy, and the banner was on the upside of the balloon as I was cold inflating. The balloon literally just almost would not stand up.
It's not going to lift it.
So banners can be fun.
Yeah, typically banners now are usually made out of additional balloon fabric.
Ripstop nylon or polyester, depending on your balloon, and so it's a lightweight fabric. But these were anything but lightweight.
Yeah. And then kind of silk screen printed. Or something
no, it was paint. I mean, it was like house paint.
Yeah,
no, the new ones are. You're right. They're silk screen on, but this was house paint. I mean, it weighed a ton. I think the banner weighed more than my balloon did.
Probably.
The adventures we have sometimes in this sport.
That's funny. Yeah.
There's the POW MIA balloon. You are not forgotten. Wynn Gustafson flew that balloon for years. I don't know if Wynn is still around flying it. I haven't seen him in quite a while. With the balloon just off to the left here, black with the barbed wire around it for our missing servicemen and women. There is Tammy Schrum in her Tamo balloon, the pink camo balloon. She's got a banner for AVR. Help me with that, Art. What is
a virtual receptionist?
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. They were the folks that were answering the phone when I called out here a few times prior to Fiesta.
Yeah, so the POW balloon, which was when I was searching for POW, they actually call it Freedom Flight. This one happens to be number 4, and yes, Gustafson, Wynn Gustafson, flying that one for us.
So Wynn is still flying it. Okay, good.
I think Wynn and Gus the same people, same person. Maybe not.
I'm not sure actually now. Yeah. So you're saying is it Gustafson?
That's the name I have.
Okay.
So, and appropriately enough, flying out right behind him is the Never Forget balloon.
Yep.
The blue and white and black with the stars of the law enforcement folks. Never forget.
A little earlier, we were pointing out on the screen Vampirella, which was being cold inflated. You saw the red fabric and the black horn. She is now in the sky. Vampirella is flown by Sydney Servin, 9th year here at Fiesta, from Villers-le-Ville, Brabant, Wallon, Belarus. At least that's my attempt at that. There's Vampirella on the screen for those of you watching the live feed.
Or the video walls by
the Main Street stage. That's right. You can see us here on the field, of course. And there's our other Vampire balloon. Are you going to get him up, or should I?
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. But see, I got to scroll. You have a way of searching that I don't know about. You'll probably find him. You're probably already looking at him while I'm still sitting here scrolling. No, you're not? Okay. All right. I'll give me a second.
I got to put on my list to spend a little bit more time in my
There
spotter
it is.
app.
I got it. I got it. All right. That is, that's Beelzebub.
That's what I thought it was.
Yeah, Laurent LaJoy, who is flying Beelzebub. That's the other black vampirish-looking balloon.
And there's the New Mexico True Balloon.
They're here from Finland, it looks like. And there's the New Mexico True Balloon. Yeah, you just said that, didn't you?
I did.
Well, good for you.
Saw Bill Lee getting things set up there before.
That's why we make such a good team. We say the same things.
Over and over and over again. They're telling me Wynn and Gus is indeed the same person.
Well, okay, I thought maybe it was, but I didn't want to say because I wasn't sure.
Yep. There's a great shot of Hamlet. We talked about Doug Gant just a few minutes ago where we saw just the eyes.
Yeah.
There's the great Hamlet there. Called When Pigs Fly.
And he's got an awesome balloon pin, or actually pins.
Pins this year,
has a pin for the balloon and a pin for the crew team. But the two are related, and it's really got a cool theme where the crew are flying a saucer and they are towing Hamlet through the universe.
And he's even packaged a chain with those pins.
Exactly, so that you have a tow rope, as it were, or a tow chain. Yeah, very creative, very creative. So well done to our friend Doug.
Actually, now that the light's up, my eyes will let me see that a little bit better. So he was gracious to come by and give us one.
He did. He came by this morning, and he and I had a nice chat. We've been bouncing around the balloon circuit for a few years together, back even to the time when he lived in Florida. And one year we were down flying together in Natchez, Mississippi, and he went to dinner with us. My mom was there, and my mom and my sister were down there, and we all went to dinner at the Duck's Nest. Had a great evening that evening, and Doug and his crew joined us.
Doug lived in Florida for many, many years, and then about 3 or 4 years ago moved here to Albuquerque.
Yeah, he's very involved with the Quad A, the Albuquerque Aerostat Ascension Association. In fact, he told me he is the chairman of the Flying Events Committee. So,
in fact, he's finishing up his second term already.
Is he? Wow, my goodness.
Yep.
Also, high in the sky, for those of you familiar, have ever made a trip over to England and stood outside Buckingham Palace, perhaps, and seen the changing of the guard, there is Busby, the King's Guard. Good morning, Doug. He's on the burner up there, but Busby, the King's Guard, is in the air as well. That is Paul Burrows, who is here from Bristol, North Somerset, United Arab Emirates.
There he is.
There's Busby, yep. With a great big hat that those guys wear, that chin strap.
I saw baby T-Rex get in the sky just as
he's just off to our left.
We've been kind of seeing him off and on the screen. Rex Jennings from Utah flying baby T-Rex for us.
Arabelle is launching, okay.
Yep,
Arabelle is sure airborne. We also have the Sloth is airborne, and that is Tico, the Sloth.
So that's the basket of Arabelle
we're looking at. We're pulling out, yeah.
So when you consider, you know the size of the baskets, but now that we've pulled back and you see exactly what the size of
the udder.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a huge balloon. That is a huge balloon. So the Sloth, where did they go? They just passed right over us? Or did they climb? No, they disappeared.
The Sloth? Yeah.
It's behind the balloon.
Behind the other balloon. That's what I was figuring.
All right, there it is. Yeah, behind the balloon. Tico the Sloth. That is Jean-Francois Ferland, 7th year here from Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu up in Canada, flying the Sloth. There is the Plains Capital Bank balloon with the two Tatanka.
Buffalo for the rest of us.
For those of you in the... Yeah, get out of the way, Gary. I hate it when your director gets in the way. That is Barry Ballinger flying, usually Plains Capital Bank.
Yeah.
The balloon is also called In the Buff. And if you find his crew, I've got a T-shirt they gave me a few years ago that says, "We fly in the Buff," which is kind of a fun.
Which, if you're wearing the shirt, doesn't that,
Yeah, doesn't that mean you're actually not flying in the Buff? just out of curiosity. Now, how can I search for a regular, just a pilot? If I happen to know the pilot's name, do I put that in the search thing?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if this works. Might be good if I got this before Fiesta and
part of
learn to use it.
Tap
oh,
away.
tap away. Tap away. There we go. How about that?
See, it does work.
It does work. Like I say, if I got it a week or so ahead of time, which I did, but if I spent any time trying to learn how to use it, that would help too. Peter George is flying Grand Britannia. Rule Britannia. Britannia rules the waves. Grand Britannia, Peter George out of Oxfordshire in the balloon that obviously has the Union Jack flag on it. Red, white, and blue with the Union Jack right in the middle or off to the side of our shot there. Peter wanted to trade pins with me. So, Peter, when you come over, I'll toss a pin up to you. Okay, buddy? Can you catch?
Be careful. The FAA doesn't like us distracting the pilots. So.
Yeah, we're seeing the behind end of the Creamland Dairy Cow.
Yep.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
Peter's going to bring that balloon right over.
Yeah,
the top.
well, he reached out to me on Facebook, and his term for trading pins was swapsies.
Swapsies.
Gotta love the Brits. So yeah, Grand Britannia, and the registration on the side of the balloon is GUK.
Oh, look at that! Yeah.
Yeah.
So
cool.
if Peter were to go just another 50 feet higher, he'd turn around and go the other way. He can't because there's a balloon
There's
right
a balloon
above
him that's crossing over him,
Yes.
but he's coming to get a balloon pin anyway. He wants a set of announcer pins. So, yeah, Peter, after you land, come up and say hello, and we'll get some pins for you.
Yep. We're
Hey, the
moving
sun's
slowly. Yeah, I was just a minute ago, all of a sudden the sun was here.
It just dawned on me that the sun, everything is brighter all of a sudden, and the sun is up.
So this, of course, the sun is moving farther to the south as we get later in the year.
Yeah,
so
it's further
now
around to the
we're
right.
down to where the top of the mountain is a little bit lower.
Yes.
So where it's normally coming over the really peak, it's like 45 minutes. It's been 35 minutes to get.
So
to
we
this
get the
point.
sun a little bit earlier, which is nice, especially for those of you that get the sun. We're still in the shade, and we'll be for a while until it gets higher and can get over the building that we're on top of. That's why we call it a rooftop studio, because we're on the roof.
Fairly slow and steady launch. We're moving right on schedule through this to be able to get to our competition at 8 o'clock. And basically everybody is just kind of drifting south off the field and then going up about
Heading out
400
northwest.
feet. And out northwest they go. And that just seems to be a pretty solid layer going that way now.
Of course, you know, historically speaking about Balloon Fiesta, before this became the rooftop studio, which we now have with all these television accoutrements, it used to be where we announced just on the PA system, and in that case it was known as the super secret announce tower. And we could tell you where it was, but then we'd have to kill you. But now it's just better known as the rooftop studio. And it has everything the wonderful modern day studio has, except for heat. Even though, no, we do have some heaters up here.
Got some heat up here.
Yeah, we're going to need them too as the weekend goes on, because it's going to be, I think they said Friday morning it could be in the upper 30s.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to get
Buddy.
colder by the end of the week.
It'll be chilly.
So Ryan Carlton has the pink balloon with the zebra on it. Kazooie.
Kazooie, yep.
And then that looks
Next
like
to him, that was Wags, and
the
that's his
puppy dog.
dad, Dean Carlton.
Yep.
Who has that balloon. So those are the two family balloons. There's the state of Colorado balloon flag. We talked earlier this week how our current national champion and current women's national champion are both from the great state of Colorado. Or do you say Colorado or Colorado?
I say Colorado.
I do too.
Yeah. So remember, we're putting our balloon cam in a balloon that is flying competition this morning.
Yep.
And so I see that they're getting ready to take the basket and everything off the truck.
Now, have they moved, or does it look like they're in the same location?
That looks like the same spot.
Okay. Yeah.
It looks like the same spot. You can
Looks
see
like several others have decided that's a good launch site as well.
And you can see they can see what's happening in the sky with all of the other balloons out there. Trying to see if I can recognize where that might be.
I wouldn't have a clue because I'm not from here, obviously, even though I do spend 2 weeks a year here for the last 34 years.
feel the breeze just pick up here?
Yep, sure did. That drainage just took over the standard flow because we're feeling that north drainage wind right in our face.
But as if you were with us earlier this morning, you heard us and heard Brian Tiemeyer tell us that they're having this, the wind systems are having this little fight.
Yeah, a little battle going on.
Yeah, between the southerly flow and the drainage from the north. And so at the moment, the drainage from the north is winning.
Yes. There goes Sean Askren in the Xfinity balloon. They, of course, are the sponsors of our navigators, our many volunteers. Had the volunteer thank you party yesterday. Sean flying their balloon white with the multicolored hearts, blue, gold, and purple, I believe it is. And there is Buster, the bulldog. Good morning, Mike and Georgie, if you're watching over in the UK with their dog Tilly. Tilly has been a fan of all the dog balloons that we've had here. There's two. There's, of course, what's the big puppy dog shape that we have
with
there?
the blue hat?
Yeah, I've forgotten his name.
It's the little dog.
Little dog, okay. So we got little dog and we've got Buster in the air. So Tilly, if she's watching, should be having fun over in the UK.
Just saw a shot of Gary Moore and his Dark Side 2020 balloon coming right over us. Not on the screen at the moment.
The Pink Floyd album cover balloon?
Yep.
As I always refer to it, yeah.
And watching, looking out at all those balloons, I see Arabelle's definitely in that flow out to the northwest.
She absolutely is. Yeah. You only have to.
That would be a cool shot if Dale would take Arabelle down into the river.
Down into the river. Oh yeah.
That would be a nice. That would be a nice picture.
See the Volkswagen bus. Special shape beginning to take shape out there.
I was in the pilot pavilion yesterday and I noticed that the Volkswagen bus is for sale.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So you could be the owner of it. Someone says they're watching us with and trying to not get caught from their teacher. We cannot be responsible for actions caused by watching and enjoying Balloon Fiesta.
Jennifer Ramage says Mike Hansen is next to Leland, Mississippi, and USA gas balloon landed in the field there. That would be Mark and Sherry, because we heard on the update from Regan and his team this morning on Gordon Bennett TV that they had just landed, and in fact we had just seen video of Sherry and them crossing the Mississippi. So that would be Sherry and Mark Sullivan, one of 3 USA teams that landed. So they're out helping the gas balloons this morning.
I actually saw a number of pictures of the Gordon Bennett balloons flying over the Oklahoma region the other day. That we have some friends and relatives in there, and they were sending us pictures of this little tiny white spot.
Yeah.
You know,
somebody sent one to me when they were flying up over Amarillo, Texas.
Yeah.
Is that where the same place you were just saying? Maybe it was.
These guys were a little farther, more into the kind of the mid Oklahoma, Texas.
Okay, I was kind
area.
of half listening and scrolling through comments and reading that at the same time. I was trying to multitask, and I'm never that good at that. Hello from Bristol, UK. Bristol, that is, let's see, who's there? Mark Beal. They have, of course, the Bristol balloon race that happens there every year. That's always a great UK event.
So I'm starting to see a little more mixing bowl going on. Right off the deck, it's still south. Then you go up a little bit and you go southeast before you get higher and go northwest.
And there's a layer, look at this, the multicolored balloon right over the center of the field, just above the Fiesta del Globos. He's just hanging there. He's not going either way.
Right.
So there's literally just a
there's
little
a place to
spot
stop
there.
in there. There's a place to just stop and hang.
Yeah.
Yep.
Stop and hover, even though balloons don't hover. There goes the new Pico balloon from St. Jean-sur-Richelieu down at the far end of the field. Royal blue with those blue polka dots. The Pico is a character designed by a Canadian artist, if memory serves me correctly, when that first debuted here. There's our other Bulldog balloon, the one with the little pink bow in its hair. I can't recall the name of it off the top of my head. I think I looked. I don't remember if we have them in our spotting chart or not. I'll scroll a bit. here. Are you going to talk about this in a second here?
I'm getting some really heavy-duty pressure from our YouTube folks over here to get the Balloon Fiesta Live license plate drawing out of the way.
All right. Somebody wants to win.
Somebody wants to win, and he says he has to go. Remember, you don't have to be present to win. You don't have to be watching to win.
That's right.
We're drawing the names and announcing them here on the air. Of course, it's always nice to hear your name announced live.
Sure.
But of course, this is all recorded. You can go back and scroll through the shows and see them as well. So what we're talking about is we've got this great little giveaway this year here on Balloon Fiesta Live. There was a license plate design, looks just like this, that was the official license plate here in New Mexico for many, many years. It's no longer in production. We've moved on to some other ones here. But what we have done in cooperation with the Sign Store of New Mexico and our good friend Al Padillo over there, we have created a replica Balloon Fiesta Live license plate, and we are giving away about 50 of them here just to viewers of Balloon Fiesta Live or those of you on the field who are listening to us. So in order to win one of these, all you need to do is enter. And you can scan the QR code that we're about to put on the screen, and you'll be able to scan that code, give us your name and some contact information. There's a place for you to give us some comments, which we appreciate as well, and you will be entered to win. Now, you only have to enter once, put your name and stuff in there. Once you're in for the drawing for all week. Of course, the earlier you're in, the more chances you have to have your name drawn. And so we are doing 3 of those every single session. So at the random number draw for Tuesday morning from Oakdale, Minnesota, it's Tammy Worrell. Also, we have from Tallahassee, Florida, Aubrey Doyle. And from Charlotte, North Carolina, Keith Richenberg. So Keith, Tammy, and Aubrey, you are the new latest winners of a Balloon Fiesta Live license plate. I will contact you after Balloon Fiesta, so somewhere after Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, to make sure that I have a way to get this to you. If you're in town, we'll make arrangements to deliver it to you, and if you're out, we'll drop it in the mail to you. So, yeah, if you can didn't get the QR code, balloonfiesta.com. Go to the Balloon Fiesta Live webpage. The link is there as well, and join the many, many, many other people who have dropped their name in the hopper.
I tell you, I don't know
to win the Balloon Fiesta Live.
I don't know what we'd do without our audience, because I was scrolling through our spotting chart and couldn't find it. But Leanne Henderson says Bella is the bulldog with the bow, and right upon that, somebody else comes in. Let's see. In reply, it says Bella is the bulldog with the bow. So everybody out there knows it. I just don't know. And then Colleen Williams says, yes, that's Buster's girlfriend. She was at our balloon festival the week before the Albuquerque one. She just doesn't tell me which balloon festival that was. But yeah, so apparently Buster and Bella are a tag team. They're a couple.
A couple.
So well done, Buster and Bella.
Does that mean little puppies next year?
Could be,
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's see, Buster and Bella, and what would a puppy's name be then?
Bucky.
Bucky? We had Little Buck, though. That was a pig.
Yeah, that's been a while.
It's been a while, yeah. Yeah, so Buster and Bella, what would you name your puppy?
I don't know.
Have to be something with a B.
Yeah, it would have to be.
Yeah.
But I noticed that we've now got all the balloons up. It appears to all the balloons up that are in the competition area.
Yes.
Is where I was headed.
What's left is now those on the far north end, which includes the Sky Safari fleet. I can see the Panther. I see Cymbaloo. I see Duma. I see the Penguin family. They're all probably going to launch together here in a few minutes, along with Nellie, the pink elephant, is down there.
So if you are out there in the center of the field and there are no balloons around you, we're going to ask you to move off to the east or the north or the west. You can also come south, but that's where the balloons will be landing. So off to the east, that's always the great picture views, and you'll be able to see them come across the field, dropping their markers on the X's and hopefully into the triangles of the maximum distance double drop.
Yep. And we've already got some of the flagging I can see being placed out there. So they're flagging off the scoring area. And again, we ask that you move outside of the flagging. So when the officials come along and ask you to step back or move away a bit, please cooperate with them. and so we can get the feel, because the scoring areas, because of FAA safety rules, have to be sterile with only race officials or event officials inside the flagging. You can hang out right along the edge of the flagging if you'd like. I prefer, well, I wouldn't prefer it, but I suggest you don't do that along the south side, because the balloons, once they pass over the target, the south end of the field will be open for landing, as is our way of doing things. And so there'll be a lot of balloons and baskets coming in and landing, likely. Depends on the wind direction, of course, but we typically see that. And there, our camera team, they're getting ready for this morning's competition. You can see they're beginning to rig the balloon right there on screen.
So again, they had to go at least a mile away to be able to launch. And so I haven't quite captured the area that Ralph has taken the balloon to. Ralph, a long time, he started flying about the same time I did in the late 80s. This is his third envelope called EOS. And just so you can help spot it, it's got white panels.
Okay.
And then the alternating ones are pink and a little bit of orange, a little bit of red horizontal going up between those tall white vertical ones.
Oh, that was a little bit like my original balloon, Yellow Rose, had tall yellow gores, and then it had a transitional pattern of purple, red, pink, and orange. So from a distance, it looked like just a graduated red type color, but it was actually 4 individual colors. There's a group of the special shapes that are all still standing down in the northeast corner of the field. There is the Panther, probably my new favorite special shape. We just had a look at Seabed, Doug and Patty Grimes' new balloon. Panther, in fact, is just launching. If you're looking down to the north end of the field, the Panther getting airborne. Just look at those golden eyes. I mean, those are the most piercing eyes in a hot air balloon that I've ever seen, and it's so unique. The balloon is completely black. Well, it's got little gray whiskers, but I just absolutely am enamored of the Panther. I love that balloon. There goes Nellie B, the pink elephant balloon. Seabed is down there. I can
Princess
see the big
Nellie,
hug.
actually. Nellie B was the first or second one.
Okay, that's right.
So now she's been promoted.
Yeah, she's wearing a tiara, so Princess Nellie. The big hug is down there too, with the golden bear and the sky blue elephant giving each other a hug, and there are days when we all need a good hug. Seabed is getting airborne. There it is, with the turtle and the dolphin jumping over the top. That's Doug and Patty Grimes' new balloon. One of those balloons, we talked about technology earlier and design.
Yes.
This is one of those balloons where they take digital images and then print them on white fabric, and then the balloon is sewn together.
On something a little bigger than the copy machine in your office.
Yes, you can't do this on a laser jet in your office.
Don't do this at
home. That's right. Oh, there's Yoda's in the sky, koala bear. Adelaide the koala from Sky Safari from Longleat in the UK is in the air with us. A lot of the Sky Safari fleet all down there in that northwest corner. Simbaloo looks like he'll be launching in just a moment. Their signature lion. Andrew Holly and Duma, the cheetah. Duma, by the way, is the Swahili word for cheetah. That's the name of the balloon.
Tall Steve's in there.
Tall Steve, Puddles and Splash, who are Tall Steve's parents. We talked about Buster and Bella. Well, we had Puddles and Splash, and they got together and begat, which is a good word, Tall Steve. So we'll have to see next year who Buster and Bella might get together, and maybe we could just name their pup Begat. And I'm sure it won't be long before our audience will be throwing names at us for puppies, for Buster and Bella's puppy. What would you name it? There's a question for those of you in the chat rooms.
We call it the Belly Buster.
Oh, okay. There's a greetings from Bavaria in Germany. I really want to get over to Germany, not only because my friend from the Ukraine lives there now, but one of the few countries, not a lot of great places in the world that I'd love to see. I've been to Mexico and Puerto Rico and France and England and New Zealand, Scotland, but Germany holds a fascination for me, in part because I'm a World War II history freak, but also just in part because it's a beautiful country.
Another one of our, we have our balloon cam out there with Rolf Kaiser in EOS.
Yep.
One of our official photographers here just reported in that he's riding in the competition with balloon number 114. I'll look up who that up is.
Okay.
He says, we're setting up in a trailer park.
You never know where the right launch site will be. There goes Duma, the cheetah. Again, Andrew Hawley flying that. We saw a big hug on the scene. Now we're back out with our balloon camera looking at our team.
So there you see the balloons. So the white and then the yellow, orange, pink, etc. going up.
Yeah, okay.
And somebody next to him. I know John Wilson is out there. He's got a blue, multi-shades of blue balloon would be John's.
Okay.
And my photographer I just mentioned with banner number 114 is in Freedom Flyer. So it's another one of those red, white, and blue
that
ones.
has the Constitution on the side, I believe.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that balloon.
Yes, it is. So we'll have an official photographer in that balloon. Hopefully they'll all be here.
There's a good look at
the target
on screen at Duma, the cheetah balloon that is. I believe I'm correct in saying that is co-owned by Andrew Hawley and Toby Brown. And Toby is in town. Andrew messaged me that last night, and so. In fact, I think Andrew is leaving today after the flight to go to Phoenix to pick up a brand new special shape that he hopes to debut here, possibly tomorrow and certainly Thursday on Shapes Rodeo Glodeo Day. More about that to come, so stay tuned.
Alrighty.
Shaylee Rawls is currently watching from Germany. Hope you can make it over. It is beautiful. I'm sure it is, Shaylee, and it's on my bucket list. Hopefully, maybe one of these years when I go over to the UK every summer to do the Sky Safari event, I can tag on a trip to Germany. I'd love to do that. I'd like to get over and see the Eimers. They have a really great little chalet that belongs to the Gas Balloon Club there.
Yes.
Where they launch and do balloon training out of.
My friends, Barbara Fricke and Peter Cuneo, took Judy Nakamura and Mike Carpenter there earlier this year and spent a week there doing multiple flights out of there.
Yep.
And so I was kind of living through the webcams that Willie has set up at the little chalet and watching them put the balloon up and then fly off and then do the tracking like everything else.
Same thing with my friend Brenda Calishaw has gone over there with her co-pilot to do some gas
training. They went right after Barbara and Peter.
And they've been a couple of times. A couple of years ago, they did a flight launching out of there and flew rather in an unusual direction. They went westward and crossed the English Channel and landed in the UK. And Barbara was kind enough to write up a nice story for Ballooning Magazine for the Balloon Federation of America. So that was cool. So we're getting set for competition. We're getting the area flagged off. Is it time for you to head downstairs?
It's time for me to head to the field.
Okay.
So I'm going to leave the rooftop studio in your capable hands. And I will talk to you. Yeah, I know, that's scary. I will talk to you from right in the middle of all of our competition today.
All right, so Art's going to take one of our camera crew and get relocated down to the field so we can bring you all of the competition from up close and personal. Again, this morning the task is going to be, we have two tasks. We have hesitation walls, 2 X's on the field for the pilots to throw a marker at. And then we have 2 maximum double distance drops with triangles. We have, at each X, there'll be a triangle on the north side and the south side. And the object is to get 1 marker in each of the 2 triangles as far apart as possible. And then the second task, or the first, depending on order, will be to throw a marker at the X. We'll get a little more into that. We've got some graphics we'll show you in a short while to kind of help explain all that. The mounted patrol is down on the field. I can see them from the Albuquerque Police Department. Always good to have them on hand to be with us. And they're helping us to get the area flagged off. Some of the shapes, I see Wes the Wolf, Darth Vader down there. Some of them may remain. Steggy is down there as well. Some may inflate and remain on the field in static display. Also going on at that end of the field, don't forget about the chainsaw carving. They have an auction coming up later this morning. I believe I saw 11 o'clock on my calendar. I'll check that and get back with you for more about that. Smokey Bear still inflating to the east over near the main stage. So while we have, and a couple of balloons are beginning to land here at the south end of the field, some of our Fiesta flyers. So again, those of you here at the south end, that's the end down by the museum and corporate village and all of this area. Just be aware there might be some balloons coming in here to land before we start the competition, and certainly after the competition has begun as the pilots throw on the targets. So while Art is making his way out onto the field, I'm going to step away and take a quick break myself. We'll leave the feed up live for you to watch on the video wall and online. And I'll be back with you in just a few moments, and Art will be set up down at the targets, and we'll get ready for day 2 of competition. This is the 51st Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. We are powered by ExxonMobil. You're watching and listening to Balloon Fiesta Live. We'll be right back.
try not to cover this thing here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am back on the tower while we're getting art set up, and we have been joined on the rooftop studio by some very dear friends of mine. You may know the name, Wiedeker, because Matt Wiedeker was one of the original 13 pilots here at the very first Balloon Fiesta way back when. I've been joined by his lovely wife and my very dear friend for so many years, Bobby Wiedeker, and daughters Donna Wiedeker and Denise McDonald. And so, yeah, I had to make sure I got that name right. First of all, thrilled to have you all with us. Great to have you back continuing to celebrate the 51st Balloon Fiesta. Now, Matt flew and took third place in the first Fiesta, but one of you two, was it Denise, who was co-pilot? 15 years old. Both of you have set world records. We could talk about that in a minute, but I'm going to visit with your lovely mom first of all. What's it like to be back at Fiesta all these years? I mean, I know you've been coming year after year after year, but goodness, the changes you've seen that we've seen in those 51 years since the very first event.
It's just one of the greatest events, and you people do such a good job of getting this organized. It's quite a job.
It is, it is. Now, you're actually here flying the replica of the original Montgolfier balloon, which was one of the ones that your dad first flew. Tell me, there must be so many memories, but is there any particular memory that stands out in your mind from all of these years here at Fiesta?
Well, how it all started, we had just moved to St. Paul, Minnesota, and Matt noticed they were going to have 4 balloons at one of the parks, so we decided to go down there, and 3 of them got off, 1 of them didn't, and then from then on, he never missed another event, and he got involved. He was an engineer for 3M and Control Data, and then did a great job out here on the first world thing. And Coke had him flying for the next 9 years.
And Matt became an Aerostar, well, a Raven balloons dealer back in those days. So you saw a lot of balloons being built and sold at that time.
We were the first distributor.
First distributor.
Right.
Also first to fly but we have a thermal airship here that we'll see flying, but also Matt was first to fly a thermal airship.
Yes. We flew it for, what was it? Minnesota Federal.
Okay.
And flew like over the state fair, and actually the girls got to fly it together one time.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
It took 2 people to fly.
It did take 2 people to fly? Okay. And I know the 2 of you, Denise and Donna, have both done a great deal of flying. How much flying did you do with Matt, or were you stuck on the ground as a crew chief?
I was busy on the ground.
Were you?
Or in the office.
Okay. Yeah. So, ladies, you both set world records. What was the impact of your mom and dad on you in terms of getting into balloon? Either of you can take the mic and share that up there. Just get a couple of reflections.
Well, when you get into it, the first race that my mom mentioned in the St. Paul Winter Carnival in 1962, I was 4.5. So when you grow up with it, you don't really realize it's that unique. It's just part of your life. And eventually, Dad started one of the first FAA hot air balloon schools. So we flight instructed, we did commercial advertising. That's the way we both paid for our college that way, and I paid for all my aviation fixed wing flying that way. So it was a great impact. Yeah, you mature very fast, that's for sure. You can't, screw off.
Are you saying you missed your teenage years?
Yeah, almost. Yeah, I took a year off college to fly for my dad because he needed another pilot, and I went back to college, and I'm like, wow, everybody seems so immature. But anyway, Donna?
I think it's what was really fun for us was when we had the fleet of Coke balloons, 8 balloons, flying all over the world. The opportunity to fly at Malcolm Forbes Chateau.
Yes.
Denise took Dad's aviation piece as a captain for United, flying 787s.
Right.
I took the marketing advertising piece, working in New York. So we are definitely byproducts of our parents' And again, to fly that airship with Denise, I spent a lot of time saying to Mom, what were you thinking? What were you, Dad, thinking? What were you thinking at this age? We're so grateful, though, to Larry Nicolay and the team for being able to have the Montgolfier balloon here and to fly and have that balloon back up in the air, and to Darlene and her whole crew, and Barbara and Ray, who have been with Mom and Dad for 24 of the years here.
Wow, thank goodness. And before I let you go, Bobby, just if you'll take that back real quick. There you go. What do you have a lasting memory that has developed over all these years? I mean, you're back now. This is the 51st. You were here for the first. What does Albuquerque mean for you in your heart? Is it a special place for you and your family?
I'm sorry.
Is Albuquerque a special place for
absolutely.
you and your family now after all these years?
We only missed 1 year in 2007, and Matt happened to be ill in the hospital, but otherwise we were here all the time.
Well, we look forward to seeing you back for the next 51 years, my dear. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Donna, Denise, thank you so much for coming up, bringing your mom up. And have a great fiesta, and it's lovely to see you, my friend.
And thank you for hanging in. You've done such a good job over the years.
You're far too kind, but thank you for that very much.
It's been a long time.
It has been. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Bobby Wiedeker. And from her late husband, Matt Wiedeker, one of the 13 original pilots, daughters Denise and Donna, one of the original great families of ballooning here at Albuquerque and the Balloon Fiesta. Thank you again so much. Do be careful getting down off the stage there. Have a wonderful fiesta. Let's see. Let me talk with the truck real quick. Is Art set up down on the field yet? All right. So we're going to toss it down to Art for the start of this morning's competition. Take it away, Art.
Thanks, Glenn. Great to hear Bobby and Donna and the ladies up there on the stage. So we are down here in the middle of competition. Competition is actually already open. We've had a number of balloons start to come by. Let me talk about what the competition is today. The big one is a maximum double drop, maximum distance double drop. So we're here at the end of the target, the X. And so this right here is going to be the best spot in this triangle. There is a corresponding triangle way up at the other end. And I'm just going to step in here and let Eddie go and show you that we have an X down here. So this is all good scoring right in here. And between the two triangles, we have an X. We're going to measure from the center of the X, but you have to be inside one of the triangles, at least with your red markers, because the X is a target in itself. So a red marker in in both of the triangles, and we're going to measure the distance, and the furthest distance wins, but the non-red marker on the center of the X will be the best score for the second part of that competition. So two competitions today, maximum distance, double drop, and the hesitation waltz on the X. Now there's two of these setups. We're on the eastern one, and over a little bit farther to the northwest, you see the folks with the red jackets over there. That's another identical setup. Pilots can choose one or the other to see about which one they want to drop their markers on. And actually, here comes a marker into the north triangle. Here comes the X. This is out of the special shape. Get out of his way. Not bad on the X. Now he's got to get another red one in the triangle that we're actually standing in. And it fell just outside.
Hey, Art, can you, I'm sure you probably said, but can you remind me, is the max distance double drop, is that the red marker task and then the X is any other color?
That's the way I thought it was, yes.
Okay.
We're going to get out of the center of this triangle here, though. We don't need to have markers set on us. I wanted to just show you, get you a sense of how big this really is and how big it was, and so that we're going to get outside of it so that we don't want to be distracting to the pilots that are coming in and or give them any kind of issue that they might be thinking about hitting us with the marker. So the banner 271, the white equator with the blue and pink, winding up to throw into the first triangle. There's that throw. Just outside, looks like he's throwing a blue one at the X. And looks like so we got 2 of 3 markers thrown.
All right, Art, we're going to toss the graphics.
It's a little quick coming across here.
Yeah, we're going to toss the graphics up on screen just real quick. Let me quickly explain that. I know you just went through it, just so the audience can see it. So there are 2 X's on the field, and the pilots have task 1 is just to throw a marker as close to the center of either of those X's as they want. If we can go down to the second graphic, there you see the 2 triangles. There's a red one and a blue one for our purposes, not for the pilots. So the object is to get, ideally, let's look at the red target. You'd want to get 1 marker at the very tip of the red triangle and then a second marker at the very tip of the other red triangle, as far apart as possible, but 1 marker in each of the 2 triangles in order to get max distance double drop. We can go back to Art now. Just wanted to quickly explain that to the audience here on the video wall and online.
So your seabed special shape coming in right on the east side over by the crowd.
Yep, we see it up here.
And then there is the purple blue with the kind of spiral staircase, black and white racer coming in. Looks like, and he's getting ready to wind up already.
I'm missing my binoculars right about now because I was trying to see a banner number, but it's way too far away for that, for me.
It's got a 4 in the middle. 142 maybe.
All right, I'll take a shot.
Yeah, 142.
Banner 142. That's not what shows up as the same balloon, unfortunately. 042.
042.
All right, let's try 042. Yep, that is, that's Bill Bussey.
And I have the Loveless Health System. I have the black balloon, with the multicolors flying the Loveless. He's right here coming at us. We need to make sure that we're out of his way.
Yeah, that was Dr. Bill Bussey out of Longview, Texas in that racer balloon, by the way.
Just outside, that one's going to be for the X, and that one is inside the triangle. There you go, Lonnie.
But you got to get both in a triangle.
I think that's who that was, number 9. And Mikado went back and made a little box here to come back and make a second shot to get the 3rd marker out. He threw 2 the first time.
And you're right, Art, that is Lonnie Carruthers in Spectrum, the balloon that's flying the Loveless healthcare banner, that black one with the multicolored spires around the top and bottom.
And he's going to land right between you and me.
There he is, going to touch down here in just a moment. Looks like the Frost Mortgage lending balloon's going to land right here at the south end. I hope he's going to land because he's running out of territory. Yep, there he is, pulling on the vent. And the balloon just touched down. Nicely done. Thought he was going to travel just a little too far to the
VW
south.
bus making it to the crowd along the east side of our competition field.
So now, are all these balloons above competitors? It's kind of hard to tell. Are they all coming in from the high southeast and dropping down in? Is that the pattern you're seeing developing?
It actually is, because now that I've turned around and looked behind you, the sky to the southeast part behind us is the field. Yes, they're all coming in that way. So you'll start, if you'll look to your right to the east, you'll start seeing this wave of balloons coming around.
Yeah.
Looking that way, I actually see EOS, the one that has our balloon cam in it.
Yeah, we've got a great shot of it on the screen. Our Crack Windfire Productions team just advised me that we could see. There's a shot from our balloon up above over the event center. And there you can just barely make out our interview backdrop on the rooftop studio. They're not high enough to look down over the roof and see me. That's a shame. But yep, that's
With
our
the camera?
balloon camera
No, it's
you were
the white
talking
one.
about that's up
With
there.
The
And
white one over here. It's the white one with the.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, it's one of the it's a white Cameron, white vertical gores, and then like you say, the yellow, red, orange, and it kind of terminates in blue. It looks like in the equator. That would be our camera balloon.
I'm trying to point it out to our camera down here so that we can get the shot from here as well as that shot from there. But yes, that's the game plan today. Come from the southeast, fly past the field, circle back in.
There's a great view on screen and on the video wall of the target setup. There you see the two X's and the triangles associated. So the object is get one marker as close to the center of the X as you can, and then you need to get two, one into each triangle as far apart as possible. And again, obviously, the best distance, the maximum distance, which is what today's task is, would be at the tip of each of those triangles. I can see a few of the competitors.
Hey, here comes Ken Drawn.
Where's Ken? Oh, I see him. Yep, he's right above you. I was going to say, I can see.
Over on the west target.
I can see Johnny Petrin and Steve Jones up high. There's Paul Smith, and the Krispy Kreme balloon is up there, as is Chris Savia in the Wonder Balloon, and there's Zarek Wells and Guilty. They're all coming to you.
The Kubitschek racer on the eastern target. Ken Drawn doing his bobbing like he did yesterday, because he's right now between the two different sets of targets.
Let's hope he has a better result with his bobbing than he did yesterday.
Yeah, great throw on the X by the Kubitschek multicolor racer with the stair-step pattern, winding up to throw the red one, coming right down and just outside the triangle. Ken Drawn has his red marker out for the triangle. And that's outside the triangle on the western target. Remember, there's two sets of targets here. One east of the road, one west of the road. The western one is a little bit farther north than the one on the east side. We're gonna have a nice low pass by this white racer with the red and black accents. The special shape Maceda has now made another run around. He's coming down on the western target now. While we're watching the red and white one come in, John Wilson is dropping on the target on the west side. I didn't see his first drop, but his second one into the second triangle, right about the tip. So this is going to be a great pass by this racer white with the red, black, and silver stripes.
That is a balloon
because he's just going to have a little toss. There's one right over the X. Got the blue marker out. Right on the center.
Right on the X.
And nice lined up for the maximum tip of the second triangle. Throw before you get to the tip. Nice shot.
Nice
That's
done.
going to be a great score.
That is Edward Gordon out of Austin, Texas, in a balloon called Freedom 1.
Nice throw by Banner, 59. Is that you, Crystal? And inside the triangle as well.
59 would be Shane Shipman in Maze Magic. If that's the right banner number, yeah, that's the kind of black, white, purple, pink spiral balloon there.
With the Ciarza social media banner on it.
Yeah, that's Shane Shipman out of Rio Rancho. Maze Magic is the name of the balloon. You've got the Freedom Racer coming behind you there, Art. Well, behind you if you're where I think you are. In the blue with the silver and white checkerboard banner, the yellow pennants. Cameron Wall also over there in his Seascape balloon.
Rod Baca in the cruise control red, white, and blue with the Farmers banner on it. He's dropping his markers on the western set of targets. And Moonscape coming right down the road between the targets.
Yep. Cameron Wall climbing now from the west
Gonna
side.
Throw the purple one towards the X. That'll be a decent score. The red racer throwing on the western X. Right next to each other, one of the Hartzels, I'm guessing Joe and Joe Zavada. Remember that they came through very quickly yesterday to the boat.
Yeah, they might be flying as a team. The Zavada, or Joe and the Hartzels is quite possible. Sometimes multiple competitors will team up together and share information and strategy with each other.
On our eastern target, there's a great throw on the far triangle. Already threw it on the other one. This is 221. Great shot, great drop with one of them, and then he doesn't have the other.
221 is Brett Christensen in the balloon called Resurrection out of Indianola, Iowa.
So Joe Zavada and Joe Hartzell coming in, lining up on the western target. Let's move this way, guys. And you'll remember that purple, blue, and pink one, the Viva shape Cameron that was in the mix with them yesterday. He's right in the mix with them again. So both Joes splitting the other racer, being led by the Viva Cameron. I see markers being dropped quickly. So Joe Hartzell had a great drop on the triangle and on the X. I missed to see what he got on the first triangle. .222, the zigzag pastel colors winding up, and now the passengers throwing the other one, which we've seen as a good strategy. You have to throw those three baggies fairly quickly. The speeds are just a little quick here, so it's kind of a throw, throw, throw is the pace of being able to do those. And so you either have to have the baggies in your hand. If you're going to do the windup, you don't have an opportunity to do that. So sometimes you have one of your passengers throw one of the baggies, whether it's the first or second triangle or maybe the X in the middle.
222 is one of our international pilots. The balloon is called Colored. That's Pavel Kostrin, and they are here from Cyprus. Their balloon is actually just touched down, and it's kind of a chevron spiral of sky blue, purple, pink, and yellow, and maybe a little teal green in there as well. They just touched the ground.
So on the eastern target, you've got the kind of the white with zigzags. I just missed the banner.
That is Ken Walter.
They're trying to figure out which X goes where, which marker goes on where. There's a good one on the X and in the triangle. And I think they got the first triangle as well.
That's Ken Walter out of Wisconsin.
Yellow and blue with the Lake Powell, Page Lake Powell banner on it. Going to come right over the road, right over the cadre of safety officials and scoring officials. Still going to throw. The orange one is outside the triangle. 275.
The markers, the orange markers outside the triangle, but the yellow one will be scored to the X. Sean Rea, who put that marker on the dashboard of the boat yesterday in the Sol Air Racer.
That 275 out of Lake Powell is the balloon called Basket Case. That is Brian Hill, that blue and yellow balloon out of Page, Arizona.
I think we decided that the yellow racer that has the stair step white, green, and black going up,
Johnny Petrin.
is Johnny Petrin. He just had a good couple of throws on the targets on the west side. The Blaser balloon that was in the competition yesterday coming right down the road. Then there's the black with blue and lime green racer on the north and the south. Yep, great double drop for that racer. So the red balloon with the blue top, good, and the oxy balloon coming right in quickly towards you. They both had good lines on the eastern target. Looking west, I see Eric Greenwood with the yellow and the red New Mexico silhouette on it, dropped towards the X. Chris Sabia in the Wonder Balloon coming in on the western target as well. Keep looking for, there were some balloons that were around Ralph Kaiser and our EOS balloon. Coming up from the south. Oh, we're having a lot of those wind-up throws, and the balloon, the marker gets caught up in the crown line, one of the ropes coming down from the top.
That is never a good thing when it
Cannon,
happens.
who you talked with yesterday. No, I was talking with Pat Cannon this morning. He ended up extending his stay by another day.
Oh.
You talked to him yesterday morning about this time. And we were talking about how many of the lines, the tracks the guys had coming in, and then only to blow the throw. You wait too late, or you get the marker, you're doing the windup, and you get it caught in the rope or on the upright. And how many times that has happened.
Yeah, you wind up and it catches on the rope, and you got to unwind it and start over. And while you're doing that, the balloon is going over and passing the target. Sometimes you end up having to turn around and throw backwards because you've already flown past the target before you can get your marker cleared.
Exactly. We had a pilot that we captured on Balloon Fiesta Live a few years ago that we counted him. He actually made 6 attempts in that wind up to throw. Can you imagine how far he went in those 6 attempts?
Oh my goodness.
Before he finally got it released. And on a day like today, when you have to throw 3 of them quickly, you can't afford to be able to doing that. So this is the waste management balloon coming down the east side, banner 281. He has just made, oh, the second one just fell outside the triangle. But he had a great line coming through.
That is Jerry Kopus. I thought maybe it was his son Spencer flying, but no, it's Jerry Kopus in Easy Balloon out of Sellersburg, Indiana. His 29th year here. Their son Spencer is now, I think, in maybe in the military academy. I'm trying to recall, but I've known Jerry and his lovely wife Kathy since they first got married years ago, long before Spencer ever came along.
Markers dropping in right in front of us from a high.
You know, the other thing about today is this is a one-pass day. You're not going to get multiple attempts, I don't think.
There is a really low level, and I've seen the special shape, Masada.
He managed to make 3 very quick passes here.
Oh.
So I'm not, and each one was a little bit farther west. So if you come down really early, you can kind of hit the eastern one and maybe get a really small quick box to get to the west. But if your first pass is over on the west, you're right, you're not coming back.
But if you've already dropped on the east, you can't drop to the west target because you're already done. If you don't,
exactly.
If you come down,
I think what Masada did is I think he dropped on the triangles, and as he rolled around, he could throw on the X on the other side.
Ah, okay, all right. Because I was going to say, if you come down on the east side and you drop at that target, and then you go up and maneuver around and move further to the west, you then can't drop though on the west target. At least not in the 2 triangles or on the X, depending on which one you drop to the east.
Yep.
So you could technically drop in the triangles on the east and then drop on the X target on the west, right?
Yes, or you could even switch that. You just have to get the 2 triangles on the same side.
X, but you can then throw at either X as far as the second task is concerned. Boy, that Blaser balloon you were talking about, look at them. They have gone way, they are sky high up there and moving hard back to the east. He's up almost directly above Main Street.
Yeah, things have definitely changed upstairs in the winds. Yeah, a lot of stuff has just changed here. Directions have changed, looking high. We definitely had a change in what's happening with the winds in the skies.
There is that Scotty
Nothing
Appleman
bad, just different.
Different direction, right. There's the Dos Equis balloon. That would be Scotty, right, Art?
Yes. Yes, it would be.
And then not further out.
So see what was back.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, so what's happened here is what was a southwest or more of a south direction coming over the field. You can see it in Dos Equis with Scott Appleman. It's now shifted to a southwest direction.
There's a marker from way up high. Look
to
out.
Get over to the.
Just hit right in the middle of the roadway. I think it was out of that yellow balloon with the pink and green lattice work around the top. Looks like it might have come from his balloon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's directly over the top of us. But as I was saying, a lot of these pilots lined up to kind of go to the northwest side of the field and then come back to the southeast across the target. But as we just saw with Scott Appleman and actually the racer that's about to land right in front of you, now all of a sudden down here on the ground, the direction is to the southwest.
Yeah, that rainbow-colored racer with the black and white spiral, that is Steve Lombardi, who flies for R&S Motorsports. And looks like he's going to come in and set down and land right there. Yep, crew just grabbed the basket, and he's down safe. Steve Lombardi out of Canton, Texas.
Let's go this way.
And what's also apparent, all of a sudden, that big group, that trail of balloons that were coming from the southeast to the northwest, the sky to the southeast now above me is virtually empty.
It definitely cleared out quickly, didn't it?
It sure did. I think, is the target open till 9:30 again today, Art? Is that the plan?
Yeah, still 9:30, right?
Yeah, we may not need that because it's not even 8.
Up from one of our scoring officials.
It's not even 8:40 yet. We might not need a window till 9:30 today.
That happens. We're making our way over to the western target, where I see a whole lot of orange markers up here at the tip of the triangle. The maximum distance part of this one, and I'm looking at the other one, and there's a lot up there. So there's a lot of great scores over here on the western triangles, or the maximum distance double drop.
The other thing that happens is I realize I left my sunglasses in my car, and it's getting a bit bright up here for me, but we'll struggle through.
There's easily 5 red markers right up here at the tip of this triangle, as well as another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 inside this triangle. And then there's a number of them that are just outside. That's one of those, I was just there, the wind caught it and pushed it outside the triangle.
That was Ken Drawn's story yesterday. I was right there, and then,
Let's go up to the X and see what we've got up that way.
A quick comment while you're moving your location there. Pat Wiseman says, your coverage of the competition is incredible. The cameras are perfect, and Greg and Art's comments are right on target. Thank you, Greg, whoever you are. Thank you, Greg, whoever you are. It's Glen, just for the record, Buck, not Greg. But that's okay. We appreciate the comment nonetheless.
Greg's out here with me, keeping us straight.
Okay, so that's where Greg went. I wondered. There we go. Greg is our production assistant.
So
one
while
of our
we have a
production
break
assistants.
before some balloons get to us here, we are up here at
Look
the
at
X
that.
between the triangles, and you can see our scoring teams already starting to measure, and they're measuring this purple one, but you see there's a yellow one and another white one, all there within a foot of the center of that X.
Wow. Now they measure to the closest point of the weighted part of the baggie. Is that right?
That is correct. And you can see they actually have 3 tapes on here so that they can have 3 teams measuring out. They'll take 2 of them out into the triangles to measure those. Pulling the number off the baggie, doing the measurement, recording it, having another person verify both the number and the distance.
Measuring very carefully right to the closest point of the weighted part of the baggie. These markers, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know, they have a small bean bag, essentially, that is weighted, and then a long tail streamer. So the measurement, the score, is where the weighted part of the bag falls, not where the tail falls.
Well, the tail can kind of be wagging in the breeze here. That's why we go to the weighted part.
Well, and as we saw yesterday with the boat, there were a couple of markers where the weighted part fell over the side. The tail of the baggie was still in the boat, but as you verified, the weighted part was on the ground, thus meaning it had splashed in the water, which cost the pilot a 300-point deficit, or 300 foot, whichever way it was measured. So in that case, the tail was still very much in play because it was in the boat, but it didn't count as an in-the-boat score because the weighted part of the baggie was actually down on the ground. Yeah, okay. Well, I'll carry on while Art is, we've lost communication with Art for a moment. We'll work on that. Live broadcasting, those kind of things happen. We have a break in the competition anyway. As you can see, the sky above the target is clear. There are a lot of balloons still flying, but none of the competitors are in a position where they would be making a run to the target. As I was saying, the target window, the competition window stays open until 9:30 this morning, but it's been a very fast morning with all of the pilots kind of arriving in a rush. So we may actually reach the end of the competition as far as any available or qualified pilots being able to score. And so we may end up with a bit of a time this morning where there's balloons flying around, but the competition won't be happening because all the competitors have made their pass to the target. And once you've gone past the target and dropped your marker, then you're done. You can't you can do multiple passes. We've seen Joe Hartzell, for example, in years past. I've seen him make 6 or 7 runs to the target. He would come by the target, didn't like his position, so he does not throw his marker. He holds onto the marker, goes back up, does a little bit of more flying, gets maneuvered around, comes back down, tries again, doesn't like the line he has on the target, goes back up, maneuvers around, comes back down again, still doesn't like the line, goes back up. That's all perfectly okay. You can maneuver and stay airborne and fly around and try to change your line as much as you like, as many times as you like, but once you've thrown your marker, then you're committed. For example, in this morning's max distance double drop, you would not be able to, let's say you come in and you've got a great line to the tip of one triangle and you drop your marker there. You're not allowed to then climb back up and fly around 20 minutes and move and change your line and then come back down and drop your second marker on the target. Once you've dropped your marker, you're committed to a run to the target, and all the markers have to come out on that pass. You can't make multiple passes, even though it is a multiple drop, but you can make multiple passes before you drop your marker up until, but once you've dropped that first marker, then you are committed, and that will be your score. So, yeah, so today is not the kind of day where we'll see a lot of people like we saw Ken Drawn yesterday. That guy, he's probably going to get tired of us beating him to death on the PA, but Ken worked so hard yesterday, up and down, up and down, up and down, trying to move just slightly left, slightly right to get to the perfect spot to get his marker down. We won't be seeing that today. It's just not that kind of a day wind-wise. In fact, Balloon Fiesta Park really is almost clear of balloons. We have a number of them that are very high overhead and a few others. The Blaser balloon that was way up in the sky is now back down just over Main Street. Just a few hundred feet up, perhaps. You can see clearly those pylons, too, at the ends of the corners of Balloon Fiesta Park. Those were there as altitude markers for our pilots. Our rules and regulations require that pilots be a minimum of 75 feet high when they're over the crowd or over what we consider to be a congested area. And those pylons are just that. They are 75 feet tall, so that a pilot who comes flying into the park can look off to whatever direction necessary and say, you know, if my basket is lower, if I'm looking up at the top of those pylons, then I'm too low. The bottom of the basket needs to be at the same height minimally as the top of those pylons. So that's why we have those 4 pylons in each corner of the field. It's to enhance the safety of the public on the ground, and a requirement that pilots must be 75 feet above the ground as they come flying in to the field. I was going to get quickly back to the calendar of events here. Today is another day where we have a morning competition. There is no evening event tonight. The park is dark, as we would say, this evening, just so you know. And we've talked a very little bit about the chainsaw carving exhibition while we do have a break in the competition. If you look down to the north end of the field, you can see those the small tents with the really pointy tops. I don't have a better way to describe those for you. That is the area where the chainsaw competition is taking place, the carving. It's both an exhibition and a competition. And they will be having an auction at 11 o'clock this morning. We're just coming up to 8:45 now, about 8:45. And so at 11 o'clock this morning, they will be auctioning off a number of their creations there, which are usually quite exotic and quite fun to see. And they come in all sorts of sizes. I mean, I've seen them carve little small tabletop pieces, and then there'll be benches that would look great in your back garden, out on a deck or a patio. There are tall sculptures. I think I've told the story probably too many times that a few years ago when I was still flying, and I had a balloon called Coyote Moon, and I went down and actually had a chat with one of the carvers, and he was able to commission him to carve, make a wall hanging for me, and he carved my balloon logo into a big, beautiful plank of wood, tree trunk it was, I guess. And so, yeah, their artwork is really incredible. So if you haven't made it down to see them yet, you really should do that. So the chainsaw carving is going on as we speak. I can see some folks down there around the tents. But at 11 o'clock this morning, they will be having an auction. So you might wander that way and see if there might be a piece of art that you'd like to add to your collection at your home, and see what else is going to be up on auction offer. Also looks like some of the balloon manufacturing tents are open. We have representatives here from, again, it's getting a little difficult for me to see. I lost my sunglasses, but I think Cameron Balloons is here. Lindstrand Balloons I know is here. Ultra Magic is here. Kubitschek, looks like the Kubitschek tent is closed right now. But Lindstrand, Cameron, and Ultra Magic are open. And so if you have questions about the sport of ballooning, how you can get involved, maybe you want to think about, maybe you're thinking about buying a balloon and learning to fly and coming out here as a pilot sub-year. The folks over in the manufacturer tent would be a great place to go and visit. You can see some of the latest technology, see a lot of the balloons that they have built, and they'll be happy to talk with you about how they can help you build your own. I've been fortunate in my flying days to fly Thunder and Colt, a manufacturer that's no longer around with us, and then also owned a Lindstrand balloon. Had them; they were the builders of Coyote Moon. Had a balloon built by Tarp Head. Tarp is with us. I don't believe he has a display, a booth on the field, but Tarp is here and very approachable out on the field. Head Balloons, located out of Georgia, and I think maybe the truck says we've got Art back. Are you with us again, Art?
Yes, Glenn, I am here again.
Welcome back.
We had a little battery die on us, you know, and those things happen.
Okay.
It actually came at a perfect time because you haven't missed anything out here on the competition field. Our scoring team has taken advantage of the little break here to actually start measuring many of those baggies. And what was happening in the sky, if you were watching, the balloons, and you started to talk about this with Blaser, they all went really high because you can get back to the east up high. So that will give you that extra pass to get here.
If you haven't already thrown your marker.
Exactly. But there were many of them that had not quite gotten to the field yet. So this is their opportunity to reset.
Okay.
I watched Ralph Kaiser in our EOS balloon with this carrying our balloon camera. He had gotten over to the northwest part, was getting ready to make that pass into the southeast when the wind directions changed. He has gone high. He is now back still north of the field, but he's way off to the east. So now the pilots have all adjusted. Blaser, who was almost directly over the top of me, apparently didn't like how much he adjusted, and he's going back up and going back out to the north to line up for another pass as well. So I'm being told that we may extend the target till 9:40 this morning.
Oh, okay.
So there is this opportunity for folks to make this change.
Well, I had first spotted Blaser, who is now coming down, Art. He's begun a rapid descent just over you, so watch for that. But I had just spotted that he was one of the early ones to go up so high and did find a very hard track back to the east. So, it looks like you're exactly right. There are a number of racers and other competitors, it looks like, that are trying to do that, go east and then drop down and make another pass over the field, which, again, is allowable so long as they haven't thrown their marker the first time.
Yeah, actually, you could fly over the field multiple times, but you only have one set of markers to throw.
Right.
To time that the best way.
I'm also at the point where I'm thinking if there's a sunglass vendor over there that wants to make a sale, bring me a pair up here to the tower and I'll happily pay for them. Mine are down. I hope mine are in my vehicle, but I don't do well with bright skies, and so I'm doing a lot of squinting up here. So a pair of sunglasses would be really handy. Unfortunately, my readers don't have photochromic lenses in them. That would also be handy. But I can see there's a red racer up there. It looks like Steve Jones. I believe that's Steve in that yellow racer with the green checkered bottom. Some of the pilots, too, who may have thrown their markers, might be simply going high and making an adjustment, trying to come back to the field and eventually make a landing as well. So not all of these balloons up there may be competitors who have not yet thrown their markers.
So when Blaser went over the field the first time, was moving much more quickly than he is now. And that direction to the southeast is back here on the surface again.
And our crack Windfire production team just came up with a pair of sunglasses for me. So thank you, Gary. Gary came up and handed me a pair so I can see again. Is there anything Windfire can't do? I mean, these guys are just amazing.
They are. And you know the best part is, like, I get this wild idea, right? And I go to Gary and I say, hey, Gary, I think I'd like to do this. And Gary basically says, yeah, we can do that. So it's always great.
Yeah, it's always good to work with people who have that can-do attitude rather than, you want to do what? No, man, we can't do that. Yeah, that's way too much trouble. You don't want to. It's nice to have folks say, all right, let's go do it. Make it happen. So if we extend the scoring window, will that mean we'll delay the update from the Gordon Bennett TV folks?
I think I'm going to wait until we're closer to that time to make that call.
Okay. I'm just asking in case I'm the one that ends up pitching.
But Blaser's going to have a great line now on the triangles.
Oh, look at that. There they are.
And the X. Of course, we've moved from that one to the other one now.
So you've moved to the east target now? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because everything had shifted that way. So now, of course, the balloons are flying. Oh, no, we're on the west target. Because the winds were going that way. There's a nice little drop from the colored racer versus the Blaser one, but he's going to be right behind him. Good drop in the triangle.
Yep,
right on the X for Blaser. And they're right into the center of the triangle. And I don't know if you can hear the whooping and hollering here. We talked earlier about the celebrations that go on with some of these pilots when they get to the X or the target.
I was just thinking about all the comments we've heard from the Gordon Bennett pilots about hearing the coyotes howl at night. That's kind of sounded like there was a coyote out there on the field doing a bit of howling. We could definitely hear it.
I think that was one of the pilots. Yeah, lots of maneuvering going on out there. People sitting up high.
If you look out toward
dropping quick to try and line up.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you look toward the Pueblo, there's a rainbow, kind of a chevron racer that is really falling fast. He's been rocking back and forth as he comes down. Kind of slowed his descent down now, but there for a moment he was coming down at a pretty good speed. Cameron Wall.
Yeah, if you look out a little bit northeast, you'll see the lime green one making one of those quick descents. And even farther out there is our balloon cam balloon, Ralph Kaiser and EOS. So now lining up to see what kind of drop in and path they can get.
But if you look way out to the northwest.
And looking at this red.
Sorry, way out to the northwest, you can just see tall Steve way out. Almost looks like he's over the mountains. He's so far out there.
I do see him.
But the competitors are coming from the northeast now that the wind has shifted, looks like.
And about 300 feet or less above the ground, it turns to straight south. We can see that in this red one with the two shades of green coming around the equator.
Oh, is that green? It looks like yellow from up here. Well, I've got, sorry, probably the sunglasses, in fact. Yeah.
It's kind of a greenish yellow on the top and bottom with the dark green in the middle.
Okay, yeah, I know the balloon you're talking about. It just, that second stripe looked like a yellow to me from here, but that's probably the effect of the sunglass lens.
So Good throw on the first triangle. Here's the blue marker just being dropped right off the center of the X. And of course, he's right over the triangle. Now you want to wait to get as far out to the tip as possible. There's the throw, and it's inside. Now, the issue on that one is, from my point of view, that was not unfurled, and you have to unfurl the tail to avoid a penalty.
That's right.
So our scoring officials will have to take a look at that to see how they score that, whether there'll be a penalty to that distance or not.
Of course, he might claim I was so low that there wasn't time for the tail to unfurl.
Oh, you've been there and heard those discussions, have you?
I've made that argument, trust me. And I usually don't win.
No.
Because technically you should unfurl the marker while it's still in your hand, regardless.
Yeah, so that it's just a wad. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. Of course, it's hard to make that argument when you drop the marker and the rubber band is still attached. That has it all folded up and collapsed. Oh, there wasn't time for it to unfurl. Well, if you'd taken the rubber band off, maybe it would have.
First day that we've had any clouds in the sky.
Yeah, I was just going to say it went really cloudy here because my when I took the sunglasses off, the video screen, my iPad screen was much duller because there was no sunlight on it. Now, I know you know this balloon that's over toward landing just the other side of the target area, it looks like. Yellow and red with one of the Kashari dolls on the side. I know that's a local one I'm sure you're probably familiar with, Art. I was trying to find it.
That's going to be Marissa Myers, and it's Nashoni.
Okay.
And actually, that was a local balloon, but Marissa and her husband are now running a ride operation up in Pagosa Springs.
Oh, okay. Good for them. We've got
I mentioned Peter Procopio earlier today. That is his daughter-in-law, and he is flying as the additional or second pilot on that balloon.
Okay, well, we've got them on screen on the feed, and they're just about to touch down. Just touch down right there, as a matter of fact, up by the pilot pavilion. Nicely done.
Yes.
Yeah, now I don't need the sunglasses. Suddenly all the clouds came out. Hard guy to make it's hard to keep me happy. Oh, look at that. Art, I don't know if you, well, you may not be able to see it, but we're looking at the video feed. They're showing a shot from our aerial camera this morning showing just how far away they are from the field, and they're a long way out. A long way out. Look at, my goodness.
They are. Looks like they might be about the farthest out, if I can judge that distance. Because I can't see the balloon. I can't see the shot they're sending us, but I can see the balloon.
I can, too,
but I
from
can
the
also
rooftop.
see that he's now dropped down.
Yeah, he's well beyond, if you can see Jeff in the tartan balloon out there, he's well beyond him and beyond that blue racer. I think that might be Richard Saban's racer. He's well beyond them. He is the farthest balloon out. I think you're right, Art.
But he's dropping down, and so he'll start coming this way. Meanwhile, coming in over the target here is the yellow and blue checkerboard balloon.
Yep, I'm looking for him. If you get a banner number, shout it out to me.
158.
Thank you. Yep.
There's the throw on the triangle. It's short.
That is Sam Roby in crosswind out of Gladewater, Texas.
And there's the throw of the other colored marker. That one will be scored to the X itself. And he has just a little bit of southwest, so he is drifting away from the triangle, but there goes the orange marker, and it is outside as well. So outside the triangles for the maximum double drop, maximum distance double drop. but not a bad throw on the X. Over on the west target, we're getting a few more balloons lining up on this one. We have the blue, black, and white racer that I think has decided to kind of make yet another attempt to adjust. But we have the red verticals with the blue and yellow alternating. And he's got his orange marker out.
While we're watching him, our crack audience, of course, I'm getting all kinds of tips about put everything you need in your bag the night before. Well, normally I do, and my sunglasses would have been in my bag, but I lost the pair that I drive with coming in, and so I've been doing multiple duty. So I had taken them out of the bag, was driving with them, and I put them on my clip in the car, and then I forgot to get them this morning. So thank you for your tips. I know they're well meant, and I'll take them to heart. Actually, I'll just go buy another pair of glasses, maybe 2 or 3 pair.
Well, the next thing you know, you'll be getting packages with sunglasses
delivered
to your house or your hotel.
Well, normally there would be a vendor down there who'd be bringing a few pair up here to the rooftop studio, but yeah, we'll make do. Again, our crack team took care of me, and I'll go out and get a couple of pair this afternoon.
Hey, I was going to ask you, one of our Gordon Bennett gas balloon teams basically flew what appeared to on the map to be very close to your house. Did your cat cameras pick any of that up?
No, I didn't get them on the pet cameras, but I did see some of the pictures they posted, and they were just slightly north. I live on an airport. If you've got an aviation chart, you can look up 5F5. It's called Bluebird Hill Air Park. Which is just a little south of Shreveport, Louisiana. Looks like the team were just slightly north of us, but they were certainly in my neighborhood.
Good morning. Good morning. So our scoring team already taking another advantage of this next break in balloons. We still have a number who can definitely get here. And so they're trying to catch up on getting all the markers they can marked and written down. Probably a good time to point out that you can see the results of the competition by going to balloonfiesta.com, go to the ballooning tab, down to pilots and competitive results. And those results are usually posted about 4 o'clock or by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, again, Mountain Time. And a program note, I just checked with our Gordon Bennett TV folks. Since the scoring competition is now open until 9:40, an extra 10 minutes, we're going to delay the update of Gordon Bennett TV until 9:40. So again, we're here, competition open till 9:40. Still watching for, we've still got a number of balloons who could get here. And that still gives us about another 30 minutes or so. And when the smoke goes off at 9:40, indicating the end of the competition, we'll go get an update on the Gordon Bennett distance gas balloon race from our friends at Gordon Bennett TV. So I'm laughing because I just got an update from the balloon crew that we have our balloon camera with.
Yeah.
The area that they are in, as we talked about, they're way out to the north. They drop down to start coming this direction.
and managed to find a spot where the wind has stopped. And so they're kind of parked in the sky there.
Well, hopefully there's some open land beneath them, and they can just drop in and land maybe where they are. I've been having a quiet chat while you were carrying on down there with my longtime friend Tom Goff. We talked about him earlier today. He came back up to the rooftop studio to say hello, and so we've just been catching up with each other.
So some of the folks are figuring out that they're not going to really depend on the low-level winds, you know, come in 5, 10, 15, 20 feet off the ground, 300 or 400 feet up. You know what, I'm close enough, I'm going to throw the marker anyway. So we've just seen a couple of markers come down. I believe from the blue racer with kind of the yellow outlining a blue square
the sort of yellow
on it.
square in the center. And I know you can't see it, Art, but a moment ago we were looking at a camera shot from our camera team way out there in the Netherlands. Not the Netherlands, but in the anyway, you understand. Out there in the distance, and they are still a long, long way away. They zoomed the camera all the way in order to get a shot. The wide shot we have of the field, we're looking at it again, is just incredible. They are clearly the farthest away balloon of any balloon in the sky anywhere. Now there's a long zoom in and really taxing that zoom lens just to get even in close to the field. So yeah, they're quite a ways out there.
When I was talking and asking some of my friends about flying the balloon camera for us, I point out, I said, I'd love to get some shots of you competitors coming in over the field with a live shot, et cetera. And so I kind of tasked Ralph and hopefully Blair Kaufman, who will fly for us later in the week. I said, you know, if you're going to carry my camera, you really need to get to the field for me.
Yes, well, thanks for playing, and we have some nice parting gifts for you. There's a shot on the screen
Actually,
of
they
our...
got the welcome gifts because I sent a little swag bag out there for Ralph and his crew. You may remember Ralph's sister, Betsy, usually brings us cupcakes and things to the stage every year.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, my goodness. I just got a whole handful of sunglasses. And they're a really cool.
Who?
They are from, well, let me find out. Who are these from? Albertsons Market. Oh, yeah, it says Albertsons Market right on the side. I shop at Albertsons at home, and they're a bright fluorescent green, so I won't get lost in the crowd. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's cool. We've got a pair for you up here, Art.
Great. Hey, you know, the Albertsons Market's register folks have been watching us all week long. I've been seeing them check in on our YouTube feed.
That's right. I remember you mentioning that they were checking in with our audience. These are well packaged,
they've been paying attention and providing a service all week long.
Anybody got it? Now I need to find a vendor for pocket knives. These are well wrapped. And oh wait, I have my plastic knife from breakfast. Let's see if that will cut this. Yes, it does. All right, it'll cut the plastic. So I'll have my Albertsons glasses on here in just a moment. Where did those photographers go that wanted my picture earlier? They should get this for posterity or sponsor possibilities or whatever. Yeah. A little more knife work here. But thank you. That was somebody, just goes to prove somebody was listening and came to my rescue.
You know, our viewership on Balloon Fiesta Live seems to be up in our preliminary views, but even more, that's the word I'm thinking of, thrilling to me and exciting to me is the length of time people are watching.
Yeah.
You know, Facebook and YouTube, they record views at the 3 and 30 second mark. And if you get 3 seconds or you get 30 seconds, et cetera, it counts as a view. And in the very early years of Balloon Fiesta Live, people would tune in for a couple of minutes and then go away, come back. And so the views were really high, but the viewing time was very short.
And now what I'm finding is the view time, the average view time, is pushing to half an hour, which is like unheard of on YouTube and Facebook videos.
Well, I think some of them have been with us through the morning, reading from some of the comments. And a quick comment to the truck while we have a break. If you want to come to the set camera, my friend Tom is still sitting here beside us, and we're both wearing our awesome, look at this, our Albertsons sunglasses. This is my friend Tom Goff here to my right, since you're down on the field. So thank you. And we've got a pair right here for you, Art, when you come back. So you've got a pair of sunglasses too from Albertsons. Albertsons, awesome. Bright neon green.
Great, thanks Albertsons.
Yeah, that's cool.
And I'll wave at Tom from here. So I'm waving at Tom.
Okay, he's waving back. You had a chance to chat with him yesterday. I didn't, so while he was back up here, I invited him to take the empty chair, and we had a bit of a chat. So he's just enjoying the view now from the rooftop studio with me.
So now here you can see me waving.
Oh, yep, there he is. See, Tom, there's Art waving at you. And if you come back up here to the camera crew, there you go. You can see there. See, we're waving at you, Art. The amazing things we can do with
Banner
technology.
101. Blue at the top. Yeah, blue at the top. The white equator, banner 101. Looks like it's going to have a nice line. And notice things have slowed down here on the field. So now they don't have to throw quite so fast. But he's got a nice, looks like it's going to be a great line on the eastern set of triangles and X.
That is Penny Dahl in a balloon, interestingly enough, named Racing the Wind out of Roland Park, Kansas.
We'll just watch her take it in. Going to have a little bit more direction to the southeast. That second triangle may be a little more difficult to get in. There's the red one. Two red ones into the same triangle. And a yellow one out towards the X. Now, of course, the idea is to throw red ones in the different triangles, not both into one. Look who's coming down the center of the field here, Mr. Glenn. We see one of the Hartzell balloons.
Why am I not surprised? We also have that blue balloon with the fleur-de-lis on it. Fleur-de-lis. Is it fleur-de-lis? Yeah, fleur-de-lis. I should know that, living in Louisiana.
That design pattern.
Yeah, that funky design, but it's actually a fleur-de-lis. It's the logo that the New Orleans Saints use. But it's also on the French flag, so it's a French thing, I believe.
So you'll remember that if this is Joe Hartzell coming back around, you remember that he actually made a pass earlier.
I thought you said he had dropped.
Traffic with like 3 other balloons. And if I remember what I saw at that time, he did not drop all 3 markers.
So maybe he's coming back around for the X?
Yeah, something. If that's indeed Joe, and I think it is, when he gets closer, we'll be able to tell.
Well, there are 2 of those, and one Joe is flying. The other one will be either Rhett or Lucas, one of his 2 sons, because one of them, either Rhett or Lucas are flying the older design balloon, the blue balloon with the white stars, and then Joe and one of the 2 sons is flying the new silver design.
Yes.
So it could be either Rhett or Lucas, who also, both looking at your scoring sheet earlier, scored very well yesterday. But it could be Joe coming back. Cameron Wall is way out there too. If you look way high and out directly out to the north, Art, you'll see Cameron Wall beginning to make a descent in his artwork balloon, that seascape balloon that has the art from his grandmother's watercolor paintings. We've talked a bit about that.
I see him.
Humpty Dumpty is out to the north, but down very low. It'd be Rich Lawhorn.
And you know, 25 minutes ago, Humpty Dumpty was actually south of the pilot's tower, over the trees and the drainage ditch that's just on the west side of the field.
Wow.
So Rich Lawhorn has definitely maneuvered Humpty Dumpty way back out to the north to make another pass.
Well, our camera balloon is still out in the hinterlands. I can still see him way off in the distance. Jeff Ashworth in the tartan balloon, the New Mexico tartan balloon, is also out at some distance off the northeast corner of the field, but not nearly as far out as our camera balloon is. Trying to see who else I can recognize in that group of balloons that are out there.
Yeah, Jeff Ashworth in the tartan balloon has definitely managed to get closer to the field than Ralph in EOS has.
Yes.
Ralph doesn't look like he's coming this direction at all.
Not at all.
Remember, they were reporting they found a parking lot up there in the sky.
Yeah, well, clearly they have found a parking spot they like because they haven't left, it doesn't appear. So the question now, though, Art, to me, as I look at this from afar, the wind is, again, now kind of northwest to southeast sort of track. And those balloons that are out to the north, now the question is, can they get enough southerly flow to get to the target before they're too far to the east? Because as they come down, they're getting pushed to the
adjustment in the wind speeds and patterns.
Yeah, as they come down, they're getting pushed to the east, and that's going to push them again offline. By the time they make it to the park, they're going to be well over to the east side, over toward Main Street, if not further. I like these
we can
sunglasses.
see that in the Hearts of Balloon. Again, that's the gray and silver at the top and bottom with the stars. And the Flores balloon. They were coming right at me, and I'm standing right off the road in the center of the field. They were coming right at me, and just within the last minute and a half did they make that turn and head more to the east.
And they're pushing very hard to the east now. Absolutely. By the way, I love these sunglasses. These are cool.
Southeast has gone away.
I might steal your pair of sunglasses. I'm liking these far too much. You better come back quick if you want them.
Tom's still there? I'm going to count on Tom to get mine and
Tom
keep
is still here and guarding yours for you. Yes, indeed. But I might pay him off. So look at Humpty now. Humpty's climbed very high out to the north. But that easterly push is catching a lot of them.
Or about where Humpty is, or maybe a little bit higher, you can still go west.
Yes, I see that in some of the balloons just above Humpty. In fact, if you look high above him and to the right, there's a balloon. It looks like Dale Long's original balloon. It's green with vertical stripes of yellow, pink, probably some purple in it. And it's above and to the right, my right, the east of Humpty. He's up a little bit higher, and he is definitely moving hard to the west, as are most of the other balloons out there that are further out and a little higher than Humpty.
Yeah, I see three other balloons right below the one you're talking about. There's a yellow racer with kind of cross on it that I can tell. It looks like one of Al Lowenstein's balloon that has kind of a sunrise on it. And then there's a red one that's even higher than that, and all of them had that west direction. The one I just talked about with the sun is dropping out of that speed, but the ones up high are still moving to the west.
Well, also out there, I believe Sandy Graff is flying that balloon. I'll have to check, but it's red, yellow, and blue with vertical checkerboard dividing the main colored panels, and kind of a black top. And it also was moving west, although if that is Sandy, she's dropped a little lower now and is kind of, it looks like she's found a little bit of that parking area that our balloon team is in, because I don't see her moving a great deal in any direction at this point.
Right, she's dropped the altitude to get down into that parking lot.
And you may
Speaking of parking lots, I'm understanding that our balloon camera team has finally managed to get away from the parking lot over the freeway out there and is apparently coming in to try and take a landing out there. So we may see that on the camera screen.
Yep, it's on the screen right now, and you may not be able to see it from your vantage point, but from here on the rooftop, it looks like they're skimming along Tramway Road is about the altitude they're at. Now, they're very much further, many miles further out, but I can just see them right on the horizon, the basket of the balloon just right on the horizon from our viewpoint here. So they've definitely come down and trying to either get a little movement or probably thinking about time to land out there.
Yeah, I can no longer see them because of the berm. They've dropped below the berm.
Yeah, well,
they were talking about the freeway, which would be I-25 out there.
Yep. That would be about right, but I can see obviously above the berm because of my elevated position, and it looks like it actually looks like they've landed. I'm sure they haven't, but from my perspective, it's kind of like they did a stand-up landing. And the balloon is just standing there because the basket is right at the height where it is sitting right on the ground of the horizon. So they've dropped very low down there. And then, again, I don't know if you can see it. You might see the top of it above the berm. There's a red and blue racer, the one that has the up and down arrows on it. You might be able to see it. Looks almost as if he's still moving, but he's just the other side of Tram Road there, and about half visible above the berm.
I see just the red, and the way you describe that, that would be Natasha Stenke.
Yes, right. I remember the name now.
Was it third? I think she placed third at the Women's National Hot Air Championships a couple months ago.
I'm trying to remember if she was third or second. She was in the top three, you're right.
She was in the top three.
So we've got the Hartzels that just landed. They were on screen for a minute. Go ahead.
Closer to us, that Floris balloon, the blue one with the design on it, was just going pretty fast to the west. He has now dropped back into that parking area as well. And you know, I don't feel any wind coming my direction. I see it on the flags, but I don't really feel it.
Well, we don't either. I was just going to say the same thing. I don't feel that, you know, earlier this morning you and I both felt that strong north drainage breeze in our face. Occasionally I'll feel just a slight little breeze of air, but certainly nothing very strong. And looking at the anemometer up above us, we're maybe 0.2 gusting to 0.3. It certainly isn't fast. But look at the blue and white fleur-de-lis balloon. He's gone way back. Remember, he was east with Hartzell coming toward Main Street, and now he's gone way back high and has found a little bit of west.
Yeah, this box has kind of shifted to an east-west box where it's normally a north-south box. Because when you get down lower, if you look below him, there is a Stars and Stripes balloon. Yep. There is a green equator with other colors, red and stuff above it, that are slowly drifting to the east, but we watch the balloon that we just described moving back otherwise. Now he's dropping down, so we'll watch and see what he does.
See which way he gets pushed as he slides down. Because normally when you start a fast descent like that, as you fall into lower wind layers, you'll get pushed either left or right, east or west in this case.
I can tell you that all of a sudden it just got really warm here on the field. It's like it's time to shed the jacket.
Well, the sun is up here, and I was just thinking the same thing, but I'm blaming it on the sun, not so much the wind. But yeah, I'm about to climb out of the jacket. I've got both that and the fleece on, as well as long sleeve shirts. And so it's a bit on the heated side here as well. The sun is, I'm probably getting sunburned.
To watch the change in altitudes of the balloons out there.
I'm probably getting sunburned on the right side of my face, and the left side will be white. I'll probably be two-toned by the time the day is over. Good to see you.
Yeah, just calm out here on the field. It's going to be a great day, even though we're really pushing the time limit that we would want to be in the sky on a hot air balloon flight.
I was going to say, it's about time for a lot of these guys to, if they can't get to the field, to start thinking about landing. Certainly I would be if I were flying this morning, because we've been up in the air for quite a while. We're what, 2.5 hours beyond sunrise now?
Yes. And probably worth mentioning here again that normally at 9:30 we'd have an update from Gordon Bennett because our competition is open for another 10 minutes to 9:40. We're going to delay going to the Gordon Bennett TV folks at the museum. You won't miss any of their updates. We're chatting with them, gives them an extra couple minutes to prepare. We'll be bringing that to you live here on Balloon Fiesta Live and on the PA here at Balloon Fiesta starting at 9:40.
So you've got a balloon coming in from the far northwest corner there. See the green at the bottom, white, yellow, then reds and pinks at the top. Is he coming from behind you?
Coming towards us. Get a little 028 maybe.
Give me just a second and I'll call that up here.
Looks a little bit like Michael Scott's balloon, but it's not.
No, it's not Michael Scott's. That's too bright. His is darker colors.
Yeah.
Well,
right.
Oh, if I get out of the 2018 spotter and into the 2023 spotter, that might help because that was definitely not the right banner number in that case.
You know, a little tidbit about our basket numbers. Your placement in the overalls here at Balloon Fiesta helped determine the basket banner number that you get the following year. And I don't remember how far down we go, but if you saw basket banner 001, that would be last year's champion. 004 would be fourth place from last year. And I'm not remembering how far down we go.
Well, and unfortunately, you're going to have to tell me, how do I get out of 2017 and into 2023? Actually, 2018 is what I'm looking at, because every time I open up my file, it takes me back to that, into that spotter app and not the others, because they're all in the same folder, unfortunately.
So you'll have to look at the bottom to see which, because they all start with the year.
Yeah, but I can't get out to where I can even see that. That's why I say I've got to figure out how to get out of this one. It keeps opening the 20.
Wave again. So we threw the orange markers on the first triangles, but now he's going to fly right the other triangles. We'll see if they throw on the X.
There we go, close file. So now let's look at, there's 2023. Spotter 1, open that. Start using it. Okay, what was the banner number again? I'm sorry.
028.
028. Yep, now I'm back in the right spot. That balloon is Morning Glory. That is Jimmy Marshall out of Sonoma, California, here for his 15th year.
So I have about 7.5 minutes left on my clock to get to the 9:40 mark.
Yeah, my Apple Watch is showing 9:32.
Not sure there's enough breeze to get here.
I was going to say, I don't know that anybody else is going to get here.
I'm not sure there's enough breeze for anyone to get here.
And I'm assuming it's a limited scoring area, so you can't like just get over the field and go, oh, I'll just drop it at the last moment. As long as it hits the field, I'll score.
I think you have 300 meters from the X.
Yeah.
Of course, with the maximum distance double drop, that is all automatically, by the design of the task, is a limited scoring area.
Yes, because it has to be in the triangles in order to score. So But, you know, sometimes if you can just get over the balloon field, if there's a single fly-in target, at the last minute you can drop your marker, and if it hits anywhere in the field, you may score. Because sometimes it depends. A lot of times the scoring area will be 300 feet or the confines of the field if the target's in a smaller field sometimes.
Yeah.
But in either case, that's probably not going to come into play here this morning, so it's really kind of pointless to even talk about it.
No, I don't think you could get within the 300 feet or even the field.
Yeah.
So a good time to just kind of remind folks that tomorrow, Wednesday, we have another mass ascension on our Flight of Nations Day, when we'll not only send out the balloon of the day, which I believe is New Mexico True, and then we'll send out a balloon representative from all of the countries that are here today.
That's
and
right.
This week at Balloon Fiesta.
One team from each
and then
country.
We'll get into our mass ascension of everything else.
Yeah, one team from each country gets the honor of launching, and typically they fly their national flag to represent the country that they are here from, and it's our way of recognizing the international pilots that are here, so we'll try to identify as many of those flags for you tomorrow as we can. So it's the Flight of the Nations, which that starts us off, and then we follow on with the mass ascension after that. Again, tomorrow is a day where we have only a morning flying event. There's no flying event tomorrow evening.
But tomorrow afternoon is the pilot picnic.
Oh.
And it's back at the zoo again.
So, a zoo party, a picnic.
And then Thursday and Friday, we start our special shape days.
That's right.
With flights in the mornings and
glows
balloon
in the
glows, we
evening.
call glodios in the evenings.
Yep.
Is there an echo here?
I think there is. Echo, 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 echo. What?
Echo.
What?
Echo.
Yeah.
Echo. What?
Yeah. I've got family coming in tonight. A couple of my cousins are coming in with some friends, and so I'll be doing some family things over the next couple of days with them while they'll be out enjoying Balloon Fiesta as well. So looking forward to, they get in late this afternoon, as a matter of fact. 5 o'clock-ish, I think they're flying into the
Other
airport.
questions that we get, of course, balloons being federally licensed aircraft and our pilots being certificated, holding certificates. People always ask about, are there requirements to be able to get your license or your certificate, and what about keeping it, those types of things. One of the things that is highly recommended and actually rewarded by the insurance companies is that pilots continue their education, both in the sky, which is actually required every 2 years by the FAA, but on the ground by attending safety seminars, kind of mini ground schools, if you will. And this afternoon, the Quad A, the Albuquerque Aerostat Ascension Association, will be holding its annual Balloon Fiesta safety seminar over at the Sid Cutter Pavilion. Got about a 4-hour session where folks are going to learn about dealing with the media in case of some sort of issue. We're going to talk about training your crew. We're going to take a look at that thunderstorm that came through Balloon Fiesta last year.
Oh, yes.
And how all that developed and what the conditions were of that. We're going to talk more about thermals and why we don't fly in the middle of the day. Why you mentioned 2.5 hours after sunrise a few minutes ago, why that's an important time frame, and why we don't fly in the middle of the day or early afternoons. And the newest form of aircraft that's in our airspace is drones. And we're going to hear from the FAA about how do we put drones and balloons in the same airspace at the same time. So it should be a very informative safety seminar for pilots and crews. Again, taking place this afternoon at the Sid Cutter Pilot Pavilion. So we'll see probably about 300 of our pilots over there this afternoon and a number of crew members as well.
pilots and crew, if you didn't get signed up for that, you can still register at the door or online at hotairballooning.org and get your tickets to get in there yet this afternoon. We still have a little bit of space. So just part of the ongoing part of staying current as being a balloon pilot.
Well, I'm
here
hoping
in the U.S.
Maybe one subject should be checklist, because I'm still getting grief from our audience. Ina Vanderkrat says, Glen Moyer, don't you have a checklist for all the things you have to bring? Reference to me not having my sunglasses, of course. Pat Wiseman says, I guess I need more caffeine. I can't believe I changed his name. He's the one that called me Greg earlier. And Suzanne Collins comes to our rescue saying, these guys have to get up at 3 a.m. in the morning. I'd be lucky to read a list at 3 a.m. Trust me, I believe I understand where you're going. But yeah, I normally do have everything in the bag, but it's because I normally have separate sunglasses. One set for driving, one set goes in my bag for here on the rooftop. And unfortunately, I lost one of those sets, so I've been doing double duty. So I take them out of the bag when I'm driving back to the hotel, and the bag's usually in the back of the truck, and so I don't bring it in. I don't put it back in the bag, and I just forgot to get them when I got out of the car. Enough about that. I now have a spare pair from, I may have two because I'm going to steal Art's from Albertson, so I'm set for sunglasses and checklist. Thank you very much.
Glenn, we're down here where the competition is about to be closed. So when we hit that 9:40 mark, they set off the smoke.
I was about to ask if they're going to pop smoke.
There is the smoke. And there it is. They will fold up the legs of the X's as well, so that any pilot that might be coming over the field will see the smoke, see that it's no longer an X, it's more of a V, and that is the visual signal to everybody that the competition is closed and over for today.
It's another way of saying, sorry, you're too late.
All right, I'm headed back up your way. Go ahead and toss it over to Gordon Bennett TV, and I'll see you at the end of their report.
All right, we'll see you when you get back up here. Another great job, Art, and our team from Windfire Productions down on the field, bringing us all of that competition activity. Without further ado, let me say good morning once again, and let's toss it over to our good friend, Mr. Regan Titlow at Gordon Bennett TV. Let's get an update on how the international gas balloon teams are doing. Take it away, Regan.
Thank you very much, guys. Welcome back to Gordon Bennett TV. I'm joined in the studio with Kim and producer Mark today. Got lots of content to bring you, lots of information to get through. We've just passed over 61 hours and 11 minutes, and the leading team, France 1, have gone through that magical 2,000-kilometer barrier. Guys, how are you doing?
Oh, good morning. How are you, Regan?
Very well indeed. It's looking like a good race now.
Oh, my gosh. It's been a very tight contest between the top two for many, many hours now. The distance right now is about kilometers between France 1 and USA 1, which is Noah Forden and Brenda Kalashaw. And then we have some folks that could sneak up from behind, too, so you never know.
What's your analysis, Mark, at the moment?
Yeah, I certainly concur with Kim. It is an interesting race. 3 nights so far. Just imagine standing in that small basket for the 3 nights or 61 hours we are currently in flight. So it's an amazing race.
It really is. Our production team, you know, we are feeling the fatigue, and we've got a nice studio, we've got a nice hotel. To be in that one small space, in the elements, over 3 nights, it's hardly difficult to even think about. But what have they got in there, and what are they dealing with, and what kind of equipment have they got around them? So we've got some details about that just for you from USA 3, from Mark and the team. Let's have a look.
Good afternoon. This is Sherry White and Mark Sullivan, USA 3, flying above Texas and Oklahoma, Lake Texoma. Mark, would you like to give a tour of the basket?
Sure, I can give you a quick tour. Starting with a little iPad with Sky Demon software on it so we can navigate. Nice oxygen system down here that we're all hooked up to because we're flying about 13,500. Vario that I use right next to the Sandhopper here. Got a Flytech that we use for our altitude. Got a Garmin 676. Another Garmin, and our aircraft radio right here. An ice chest full of food. and the balloon's full because we're at pressure altitude. And that's the view from above.
Bye.
And we've got lots more content coming with USA 3 with Mark and Sherry a little bit later. They have landed now, so we're going to be looking at a nice interview we did with them a little bit earlier. But guys, talk me through, take it first about the equipment we were seeing there in the basket.
Yeah, that's really the way a lot of the teams are equipped. Some have even, let's say, more setups in terms of like the power supplies and like the amount of electrical equipment you have nowadays compared to like think the 1906 times, of course, is massive. We are able to be in touch with them throughout the race, which means they're also able to be in touch with their headquarters. So there's a lot of going on. But now we have also seen two teams which had to land because they had electrical issues. Yeah. So it is certainly also still one of the weak points to make sure that their equipment runs, because if they don't have a transponder anymore, they can't be seen by air traffic control, and they normally have to land. Same with aircraft radio. If that doesn't work, it's not safe to fly and they have to land.
So Kim, you've been around gas balloons for a while with the America's Challenge, and back in the day, I don't suppose there was that many GoPros and lithium batteries and laptops in the basket, right?
Oh yes, you see a lot more. Now they're talking about fuel cells, for example, to generate, and you see solar collectors on balloons, and of course the transponder antennas, the various things that hang down, and of course at night you have night lights on the balloon as well.
Well, we've got lots more content still to come. Some updates from yesterday as well we wanted to bring you. We just ran out of time. Let's catch up now with France 2, with Eric and Benoit, who are doing their best to avoid the traffic of Paris.
Hello. Good evening. Where are you, Benoit?
We are close to Paris.
But we saw that the two Benoit, Peterle and Pellard, went straight on Paris. But we know that there is a lot of traffic jam in Paris. And if you see our trajectory, we went around to avoid the traffic jam. Anyhow, this is quite nice. Sunset. And pretty cool. It's time to eat. Bye-bye, everybody.
Paris by night.
Paris by night on the right side.
Have a good night.
See you tomorrow.
I didn't know there was a Paris here, Mark. You've got a shot of it, have you?
Yeah, this is the shot of Paris here. In this case, it's actually Austria 1 passing it directly. We did even a social media post earlier when I think this was France 1, really flying right on top of Paris. And the one thing that now Eric mentioned is them really kind of circling around Paris and avoiding the traffic.
They've even got a mini Eiffel Tower there, haven't they? I saw some pictures on Facebook of people who were taking shots of it, or should I say to the French people, Tour Eiffel, as it should be known. Were you aware of Paris over there?
I've heard of Paris, actually, and it's a lovely flat part of the country. There's a couple of big balloon rallies that run kind of in East Texas and western Louisiana, around in that area.
But what's it like then going into a third night of competition? The sun's gone, it's dark. Third night in the basket. We caught up with Team USA 1 with Noah and Brenda as they prepared for that third night.
Hello from the basket of USA 1. This is, what the heck day is it? Is it Monday? I think it's Monday.
It's Monday.
Yeah, it's Columbus Day. It's a holiday. Hey, got the day off. We are very excited because tonight is the first time either of us will have gone through a third night in a gas balloon. So that's pretty cool. We're really, really excited and thrilled to be here.
Absolutely.
So everything's good. Everything, all of our resources are great. Battery's good. Food's good. We've gotten lots of caffeine, which has been key on this flight, and lots of rest. We've been trading back and forth, resting and flying. So it's been working out real well, and we're both thrilled and look like we're good to keep going.
And it's warm this evening. It's actually not freezing cold, so that's great.
That's a real advantage. And the humidity is up. It's wonderful. It's dry and cold. It's nice to be back down in low country where it's a little warmer and more humid. So anyway, have a great night from USA 1, and we'll talk to you tomorrow.
I love to listen to Noah. He's got such a calming influence, isn't he? He really is. It brings it all down. Great team.
He's a very experienced aviator, both in fixed wing and in balloons, and hot air balloons, and relatively new to gas ballooning, as is Brenda. And they're doing a most impressive showing against some of the top teams in the world. It's great.
He's an engineer as well. Mark, what about that paper plane he built? That was flying forever out of the basket.
Yeah, like we couldn't really see it as good on the video as it probably has been live, but yeah, like that was impressive.
Well, we know that USA 3 have landed, and they were having a little bit of a discussion yesterday afternoon about whether they were going into the third night or whether, well, we'll let them tell you. USA 3.
Hello, this is Sherry and Mark, USA Team 3. We've just descended from altitude. We're north of Sulphur Springs, and we're just settling in. We're gonna fly another night, but we wanted to just show you this beautiful landscape here. It's really hard passing up these beautiful landing spots, but we are in the Gordon Bennett, and we are going to go on. Right, Mark?
Look at all those fields we could land in.
Yeah, Mark was saying, I could land right here.
Yeah, like it's only like they might be exhausted by that time, or they surely are. So it is an achievement to fight for so long and be so competitive.
Well, they did go into that third night and then landed, and we caught up with them just a few minutes ago to get an analysis of their race.
Reagan.
Hi, everybody.
This is Chris.
We joined on the call,
Rob.
USA 3, Mark Sullivan, Sherry White. We got some more people. Introduce your crew. Who've we got?
We've got Rob Molis from Charlotte, North Carolina. Chris Sheldon from Charlotte, North Carolina. They drove from Albuquerque. And then we've got Mike Hams, a local pilot here in Mississippi, who was the first to arrive and stayed and helped us pack.
Fantastic. Well, guys, listen.
And I'm Sherry White.
It's good to see you. Well done on your 3 nights, 1,462 kilometers. Mark, I've got to ask you a question. The whole team here, we've been watching your update video, and yesterday you were looking out of the basket at the field saying, this looks like a great place to land, but you're going through the night anyway. Was today's landing just as nice?
No.
No.
It was supposed to be like 5 miles an hour, and we came in at 40 at 200 feet off the ground.
Wow.
So it was quite challenging. But we had a stand-up landing.
Yeah. Good. I want to thank you as well for the great content you've been sending us through with the tours around the basket and the balloon and the equipment and the options and the sunrises and sunsets from Sherry. It's been great content. Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you like our crazy fly that was up at 10,000 feet?
Yeah. Yeah, we've just seen that a few moments ago, actually, before we played this. So tell me about your race and tell me about your first night, first of all.
Okay, first night, the challenge is getting through the gap in Santa Fe between the Albuquerque Mountains and the Santa Fe Mountains. And we managed it perfectly. You know, people went too far to the north and had to go pretty high to get over, but we got through kind of low at 9,500 feet, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
So it was, we were really happy with the first night.
And into the second day and the second night? Tell me a little bit about that.
No, Sherry, you tell them about the clouds.
Oh, yeah. We found the only clouds in the state of Texas. Randy and all our people were looking, going, there's no clouds out there. You're clear. And then all of a sudden, we watched this line, and they start building and building and building right beside us. Then they're underneath us. Then they're building beside us. And we were really nervous we might have to go down underneath them, but we were actually scoot over the top of them, find a hole, and then they started dissipating in the afternoon. But it was a little nerve-wracking. We had ballast in the bag ready to go, and only clouds the whole race. We found them.
Would you like to give a mention to your headquarters, to the team in touch with on the ground?
Yeah, we've got a great team. We've got Kolya and Sasha, twins from Germany, and Kolya is a gas balloon pilot, and Sasha is an airline pilot. So Sasha was doing a lot of the ATC work and doing really good graphs for me and maps, and they were 24/7. It was just awesome having them. They took a lot of the burden off of some of the stuff we would normally do baskets. So high five, guys.
Oh, brilliant.
We love you.
And do you have any comments about the rest of the teams still in flight? Any predictions at all?
No predictions. We were hoping Spain would do well, but obviously they've landed. Woozy,
Yes.
Woozy and Steffi, we were flying with them, and they got caught in a little sucker hole, and they were in the very, very back of the race. And as you see, they're still hanging in there, and they're flying through today. And so we expect them to pass us up for sure. And let's see, who else is out there? Well, Noah, Willie. You can't ever count Willie out.
Right. Yeah, we're keeping our eyes on them all.
I just wish them all safe flights and good landings. And it's been a really fun tactical race. I think one of our mistakes was we didn't get in the faster winds on I think it might have been the second day, to catch up to where the wind speeds were a lot faster. And then there was just no way once we got that far behind. Plus, we decided to land this morning when we had enough ballast not to worry about going through day and thermals, etc.
Good. All right, good decisions, I think, all around. Great job from the teams. Thanks very much for joining us. Thanks for all your interactions. We really appreciate it. And we'll see you back here.
Thanks,
Reagan. Have
Good
a great
job,
day.
bud. Good job.
Thank you. Thank
Thanks,
you very much.
bye.
Great stuff from Mark and Sherry. Also landed this morning of Austria 1, and we caught up with them a little bit earlier with Gerald and Wolfgang. Okay, I'm joined on the call with Gerald Stutzlinger and Wolfgang Spat, Team 1. Very good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Good morning.
First of all, 1,165 kilometers. Where are you at the moment?
We are near the city of. Yes. We are in Texas. That we know for sure.
Good.
And there's a little town called, similar to a well-known Atlanta. Yeah. And it's the small Atlanta in Texas.
Well, good. It's your fifth longest flight in the Gordon Bennett, 1,165, like I said. Can you talk me through your competition? Talk me through your 3 nights?
Yeah, the first night was easy, nice and smooth. And then we tried the second night, which was also good. The more interesting or challenging part was, do we go into the third night?
Right.
That was our main decision, actually, there.
Many pilots have been reporting a lot of thermic activity on the first night, 5 meters up per second, 5 meters down, being moved around a lot. But you had a smooth first night, right?
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
And can you tell me anything about your competition, about your flight?
We tried to do what our team advised us, and I think we did it pretty good. In the third night, there were some problems because we're a little bit less of,
yes,
and we can't change the heights anymore, so we just made our way tonight. That was the reason why the night was not so good for us, but it was okay.
Who has been your team at headquarters? Who are you in contact with?
My brother was with me, and our Met girl, Heidi, was helping us chasing and providing the weather information and how to go forward.
Can you tell me about the process of deciding, first of all, deciding it's time to land, and how you go through that process, how the talk is done, how you come to the decision, and how you start the process?
Preparing the landing, that was yesterday evening. We checked our ballast and said night, but as Luki said, we will not be able to maneuver a lot. So basically, we tried to stay up on top of the inversion, like 9,000 feet. It was then, later we found out it was 9,000 feet. So we had to find the inversion that carries us through the night without us using much ballast. So when we checked this situation, I forced my co-pilot to go through the night.
Yes.
And he looked at me, are you sure we can make it? I said, yes, I'm confident. And so we made it through the night, knowing that we would land.
Right.
That was the result of that.
Was it quite a long conversation about that third night?
Not really.
he made a call and I followed.
And Gerald, what are the parameters
yes.
you're leading with to make that decision for the third night? Obviously, your ballast, of course.
Yes, and experience, little my own experience, and also experience from friends. How much would you need to land? Yeah. And we know about the surface conditions. Calm conditions were called, so we would meet the ground without too much trouble, so to say. So we know we could safely land. We did not want to land in the night because with that slim part of the moon, there was no enough light for us to make a safe night landing. So we decided we go through the night.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And we made it.
Excellent. Great content.
Excellent.
Good information. We really appreciate it. Thank you very much for joining us. And Gerald and Wolfgang, we'll look forward to seeing you back here in Albuquerque.
Okay. Yeah. Have a nice time. Good day.
Bye for now. Good chat with the guys there, Kim, Gerald, and Wolfgang, great competitors.
Yeah, they met Gerald originally when he came here in 2008 to fly in the Gordon Bennett and finished second that year. And, one thing I'm struck looking at both this team and at Mark and Sherry, they've been up 60 hours basically flying, and they look pretty downright spunky. They really have landed in great shape, and that's good to see.
Yeah, really is. Mark, social media, we've got some comments coming through.
Yeah, we do have a number. So we have Kitten say on YouTube, I saw one of these balloons this morning and it got me interested in the race. Hello from Brahma.
That's nice.
Really
cool.
It's nice. Stay tuned. It is really an interesting race. And then there is a question from Dave Regan. Where are the team's command centers located this year? Are there any in New Mexico or anyone working from Europe?
Well, it's funny because we interviewed the Germans yesterday asking about their command center, and they said it's a top secret location. You know where that is. We've got command centers in the UK as well. We spoke to them yesterday. The German teams, they're all here. The French team, are they in Europe or are they on site?
I'm not entirely sure, but I know the Swiss headquarters was in Switzerland, for example, as well.
Right, Swiss timing there for you. Florian, I think you've got a message from YouTube.
Yes, we got another message from the Balloon Fiesta live stream from Alonso. Could you imagine having to chase in 1906 and chasing in a Model T?
How did they do the scores back then? How did they know how far they'd gone?
They had like slide rules or something, I guess, or maybe an abacus. It might have been that far back.
Mark, they did something. They had to kind of
Much better now.
Sorry, they just had to trust the pilot's declaration, or what? How did it work?
I'm also not entirely sure, but I know for a long time so-called observers were involved. So these were kind of independent people who were like part of the crew, I would say, or whoever's getting there and finding their evidence to confirm that that balloon has landed at that location.
They had to provide documentary evidence, like a little hand-drawn map, and usually they would try to find somebody like a law enforcement officer to certify the landing site and report the lat long of the landing. So, different era.
More strategy now as we move through this day. The top teams are all there watching each other. What about Germany 1, last year's winners? Catch up with them.
Hello from Germany 1 again. So we tried a long time to send you some video because we have no service here. Very difficult.
That's my clothes, my house. That is for TV. Okay, that's all right. Okay, yeah. We're feeling very good. The temperature, it's okay. At the moment, I have a Celsius 16 degrees. That's fine.
We are in good mood. Maximum altitude right now, it's about 3,800 meters. That's quite good. Could save a lot of ballast. So we come back, we make another video, just a second.
Yeah, playing a strong strategy. Got a few more comments for us, Mark?
Yes, I do. Peter Wittek is asking, is anybody going to fly into the next night? I think we're going to get into that topic after that.
Bit after we've done our updates for you into that fourth night.
RP Hopley says, thank you for the basket tour. And then we have a hello from Ruth Wilson watching it in Australia at 3 a.m. in the morning.
Hey, so, Ruth, good to hear from you.
Hello, Ruth. And last one is Listen Dick saying, if two dogs fight for a bone, France and USA, the third, Germany, might run away with it.
Well, it's a poetic. That should be a T-shirt, shouldn't it? We should get that T-shirt for next year. And thank you for RP, one of my skydiving friends who's got well into the garden, Bennett. He's loving it as well. We've also got another update from Germany too. Let's check in with the team.
Good morning, world, from Germany too.
A very good morning.
Hi, guys. So we had a really stable night. We're flying quite low again with speeds over, what was the fastest? 50 kilometers an hour?
Yeah, over 50.
Or even over 50. Weather nice. There's some clouds coming in from the south. Balloon is rising at the moment due to the sun. And we will let it climb as high as it wants to. And then we will see what the afternoon brings us.
Yeah, so yesterday was a bit uneventful during the day because we were flying in altitudes of almost 4,000 meters. So no internet coverage, no updates from us. Sorry for that. Yeah, maybe you need to evaluate some satellite internet options for next year. So have a nice day and you'll hear from us later.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Yeah, great to always see the team. That's all our ups done from the skies. Let's talk about updating from the ground. What have you got, Kim?
Well, we're looking at basically three kind of different groups here. We've got the lead two. We've got the balloons that are kind of in the middle. And then we have the two that are trailing sort of at this point, but who knows what that means. And the factors that really start coming into play at this point in the race are, one was the one that was brought up on the social media comments about who can make it through a fourth night. But also, especially for some of the lead teams, you have the coast coming up. And you want to make sure that you hit the coast with daylight so you can land before you get to the ocean. So with that, I'm going to let Mark talk about that a little bit.
Go, Mark.
So yeah, as Kim said, we basically separate like three groups that we see here on the map, and I'm only showing the pilots in flight right now on the screen. So we have the two balloons on the lead, and they're currently like pretty fast. So they're like at 60 or even 75 kilometers per hour, flying at altitudes of about 4,000 meters. We then have a group behind them, similar altitudes, slightly slower speeds, kind of chasing them directly. I just see here France 2 is actually pretty high now at 4,800 meters, trying to catch up wind apparently because they're also at 70 kilometers per hour. And then we have like the last group in behind here, which is trying to catch up, but they do have certainly a little bit slower winds at similar altitude. So all of them are currently trying to fly towards the coast. As Kim said, they want to make sure that they either can safely land here before sunset, or they have a plan on to continuing into the next night. Now, one thing I did is I did look at, or let's go to this map first. What you see here is really like, where do they want to go?
Yes.
Like, looking at this circle, like this is basically the worst location on the map down here, while this location up here in the corner up here would be the best close to here. Of course, there's even better locations further up, but let's consider this area right now as the landing positions.
Yeah.
So what I did is I did look at some trajectory calculations.
Right.
Trajectory calculations are a tool that is available in different platforms where it's basically calculating if a particle, meaning a balloon, is in the air at a given altitude, yes, at a position, where would it be 5 hours, 10 hours, 20 hours from now?
Right.
So with this calculation, I just entered the leading teams and I gave them about 9 hours,
yes,
which is till about sunset. So what you see here is based on trajectory, they will really just make it to the coast here. I then assumed that some of them could maybe make it into a fourth night. We need to be aware, like four nights, that's getting close to like really long autumn minutes as well.
Yeah.
It's They have been flying reasonably high, so it is a challenge, but let's assume some of them can do it, and we do believe some of them could potentially do it. So what they want to do is they want the balloon to go low again in the night.
Right.
So there's basically two ways on like why the balloon is climbing or descending. One reason is they either get rid of ballast to get up or they get rid of gas to go down. The other one is the temperature of the gas in the balloon. So at daytime, it heats up and the balloon goes up. So if they fight against this, they get rid of gas, which eventually is also ballast.
Yeah.
If they want to stay high into the night when it's cooling down, that costs them a lot of ballast. Now let's assume for a forced night they really have to be careful with their ballast. It's actually a good strategy here because these are the low-level trajectories for the night.
Yes.
So what you see here is at the night, if they go low, it seems that they can actually travel further north and maybe really hit that corner up there.
Wow.
So we'll see. We're always surprised. But yeah, eventually this race could become, again, more like a precision flying race than just a pure endurance race by the right spot on the coast to land.
Every Gordon Bennett I've covered has been as exciting as the last. There's no such thing as a boring race. Kim, it's all getting good now.
Oh, this is great. And then the other question, of course, becomes can the teams behind actually catch up before they run out of resources? And that's a whole nother question that comes into play here, too. So it's really still a very competitive race, and there are a lot of possibilities. I would mention that Spain 3 is still in third, but they're going to be passed up very by USA 2 and France 2 and the teams in that middle group. So,
well, as Mark said, there are a lot of questions to be answered, a lot more of daylight still to come. Follow all the action at live.gordonbennett.aero. Keep up with the tracking as well, and join us back here for our next show at 1300, 1 p.m. That's 9 p.m. in Europe. We'll see you then.
All right, thanks to the Gordon Bennett TV folks.
Yes,
Regan and Mark and Kim over there with updates as we get to the probably final hours, maybe the final night of the gas balloon. Gordon Bennett.
Curious to see if anyone is able to fly through tonight and land tomorrow. That would be quite extraordinary, 4 nights.
Yep, and that's always the edge. It really kind of depends on what happens through the first 3 nights. Were you able to save enough ballast to make that 4th night?
Yep. So it'll be something to pay attention to as the afternoon goes on, and we get further updates from the team a little bit later today.
Remember, you can watch all that tracking on YB Tracking and on live GordonBennett.aero, I believe is the name, what the link was. And of course, you can check out Gordon Bennett TV. They're broadcasting on their own Facebook and YouTube channels as well as with us.
Yep.
And they'll have another update for you in just about 3 hours or so. So with that, let's call it a day here.
I think so. It's been a great day of competition.
Oh, yeah.
Another great job down there. We saw a lot of scoring and another great mass ascension as well. Talked to a couple of the pilots that have come back to visit us, so they've had great flights this morning. So all's well that ends well, I guess, and we'll move on to our midweek Flight of the Nations tomorrow morning.
With a mass ascension.
Indeed. Indeed. It should be fun.
And I'm off to the safety seminar this afternoon to help get that underway.
I'm off to meet my cousins and some friends coming to town, and we'll be doing some family stuff this evening. So, yep.
So thanks for watching us, sticking with us all the way through the morning here on, let's see, this is day 4. Tomorrow's halfway.
Yeah, tomorrow's halfway already.
Wow, hard to believe.
Yep, so thanks for watching Balloon Fiesta Live. We are powered by ExxonMobil, as is the 51st Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta. Thanks to Albertsons again for the emergency sunglasses. We'll see you all tomorrow morning. I'm Glen Moyer.
I'm Art Lloyd Jr. This is Balloon Fiesta Live. See you later.
You've been watching Balloon Fiesta Live, powered by ExxonMobil. This is the 51st edition of the Albuquerque International Balloon Fiesta, the world's premier ballooning event, and the 66th Gordon Bennett Coupe Aeronautique. Want more balloon action? Visit the archive of Balloon Fiesta Live broadcasts at balloonfiesta.com. Thanks for watching Balloon Fiesta Live. This program is a production of AIBF Inc.